Okay, good. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call to order the meeting for July 28th, 2022 for the city council. And Madam Clerk, we need a roll call and posting of the agenda. And of course, we have Councilwoman Lopez is going to be late today. Mhm.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Here.
Councilmember Perrello, Councilmember Tehran.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Here,
and we have a quorum. Announcement regarding the posting of the agenda. The agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on July 15th, 2022. Additional announcement pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting. And we do have Commissioner Andrade that will be joining the meeting at 6 o'clock, and also Housing Authority Commissioner Vega will be absent during tonight's meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
thank you. Our next item is public comments in the closed session. Do we have any speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
We do not have any speakers on this item. Thank you.
Okay, so then we have item C, closed session, and Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm.
The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D2. Based on existing facts and circumstances, there is significant exposure to litigation against the city in one potential case regarding the claim filed by Jason Corona to recover costs of removing a tree from his property.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go into the closed session and we'll be back at 5:30 for the appointment item. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're back from closed session and Mr. City Attorney, any information from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The council met on the single closed session item, and there are no reports out of closed session.
Thank you. Okay, so our next item is item E, and we have opening ceremonies, an appointment item, item D1. The subject is presentation by the Mysteko Indigenous Community Organization Project, MICOB, the Mysteko Indigenous Migrant Community in Oxnard, and we have our MICOB Policy Director, Vanessa Turan, and also Genevieve Flores de Haro. So, Vanessa, you first, or Genevieve, or both of you? Okay. Tag team. Welcome.
Hello, thanks for having us.
Mhm.
We have a
Okay.
PowerPoint.
Okay. So is Diego helping us with a PowerPoint? Okay.
Yeah, Diego, we sent people to the moon, but you still have to run out there with the computer.
Okay. Welcome again.
Yeah, thank you again so much for having us. And thank you for the time to hear a little bit more about the community that we serve. I know we've been in front of the city council numerous occasions, but we wanted to be really intentional. And for folks who maybe might not be aware but are watching, just aware of this community that lives here in the city of Oxnard and throughout the state of California.
Mhm. Yeah.
So. Tech. Oh, perfect. So just for folks who might not be aware of who MICOP is, we're the Mysteko Indígena Community Organizing Project. And our mission is to support, organize, and empower the Indigenous migrant community in California's Central Coast. MICOP was actually founded here in the city of Oxnard in 2001 out of Las Islas Clinic. It's one of the county ambulatory clinics. And since then, we've grown to be an organization that now covers 3 counties, Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, and now San Luis Obispo County. We serve about 15,000 individuals annually with 19 different programs. We're the only nonprofit organization that serves this population. So we've got breadth and depth in our programs that we offer, and we'll cover a little bit of the programmings later.
Okay.
And we're going to start off with this slide here where it shows Mexico as having the largest indigenous population in the Americas and the largest number of native languages spoken in its territory. There are approximately 68 different indigenous languages, and from those, there's approximately 364 registered variants of indigenous languages. In this next slide, you'll see the state of Oaxaca divided in different regions. We want to recognize that there are officially 17 indigenous groups in Oaxaca. However, every group actually has hundreds of subgroups, and each group has a distinguished, unique linguistic and social tradition. And so we're going to go a little bit into what those demographics look like.
So here in the state of California, we're home to about 170,000 indigenous migrants. And a lot of times folks ask, well, why do they come here? Why do they make it to California? Why do they cross the border? And the reality is, in their home states in Mexico, our communities are actually getting pushed out. There's climate impacts, oil, silver mining, and a lot of that's rendering the land uninhabitable. So out of necessity, not want, our folks have to migrate to provide for themselves and for their family. And here in the state of California, you can see the regions in which our communities populate, the Central Coast, Central Valley, Napa, Sonoma, etc., Inland Empire, Coachella Valley. And once our community members get here, they find that life is different for them than it is back at home. There's not a lot of municipal supports in their hometowns. There's medical systems, school systems here that are unfamiliar back to what they're used to back in Mexico. And even still, a lot of our family members and community members are connected to their hometowns. We have a concept of tequio, which is to give of oneself. And to give tequio, it's either you're giving your volunteer time back in your pueblo, or you're sending money and funds back to your pueblo, because like I mentioned, they don't have the infrastructure, municipal infrastructures like we have here in the city of Oxnard. So it is that tequio dollars that pays for roads and sewage and whatnot. And once our folks come here, many are employed in agriculture work, and we know, it's seasonal, maybe $15,000, $20,000 a year. It's not, industry where they're making a ton of money. And at least 60% of the workforce in California is represented by Indigenous folks. So when we give these types of presentations, I like to remind folks, if you've had strawberries, avocado, any citrus, there's more than 50% chance that an Indigenous person picked those crops for you. Many of our folks came over in the 40s and 50s under the Bracero program. Another generation in the 80s actually received their citizenship with the amnesty that was rolled out under the Reagan administration. But this current wave and the wave of immigration by which MyCup was founded in 2001, a lot more younger, a lot young families, a lot more monolingual and needing more support, being connected to community and agencies and services and whatnot. And we'll get into in our presentation about language. I can go back a little bit. Our languages are oral, they're tonal. And so you have that coupled with a lack of education opportunities in Mexico. And once they cross the border, it leads to a lack of low literacy within our populations, and a lot of folks not being able to read or write. And if we look at the city of Oxnard in particular, where our populations are mostly focused, mostly South Oxnard. We have high populations in Southwind, Cypress, Bryce Canyon, Tierra Vista, College Estates, and kind of moving up a little north, Lemonwood, La Colonia, Rio Lindo neighborhood, El Rio, Nyland Acres. I have a version of this map that's not as pretty as this map, where it kind of articulates a little clearer exactly where our population is living in the city of Oxnard. And I mentioned a couple things already, but again, once our population migrates and settles and establishes roots in Oxnard in particular, there's still a lot of challenges that our community members face. Economic pressures, cost of living, multiple families to one home, wage theft because they don't speak Spanish. So often their employers take advantage of them, or they don't count boxes that are picked. And even within amongst Mexicanos, there is a lack of, there's strong discrimination against Indigenous people. We have phrases like "don't be Indian," "no seas indio," colorism. Oftentimes in Mexico, we're told not to speak our languages, but to speak Spanish. And then we come here, don't speak Spanish, speak English. And so it's kind of forced out of us, that culture and that language. And then also, again, that language and cultural barriers. Oftentimes, if you talk to folks, oh, you speak dialects. No, we speak languages. They should be respected as languages. They have their own grammar and syntax. And again, they have geographic variants that we'll get into. And then even, there are certain service providers that try to offer those interpretation, but there's no way to vet what a qualified or qualified interpreter. I will share locally, we were working with a family who was working with a service called Language Line. And the Language Line said, oh yeah, we offer Mysteko. And it was actually someone who did not speak Mysteko. They were just speaking Spanish very slow. Mm-hmm. And it was our caseworker who caught that, and it was, had to let that agency know, and this is for medical, right? And they had to let that agency know that's not Mysteko, that's Spanish, because there's no one to vet at these bigger interpretation services, the validity of someone's Mysteko. And then this is a campaign that we actually ran in 2012 here in the city of Oxnard. For folks who might not be aware, we were able to pass resolutions at local school districts banning the term Oaxaquita, which is a phrase that's often told to our community members. It's a diminutive. It means little Oaxacan. And so we did work with 3 of our school districts here in Oxnard to ban that as a form of combating bullying with our youth and our children. And then we like to point this out. So there's Mysteko, right, as the language, and we mentioned variants. So these are different hometowns that we've identified in our 21 years of service that live here in Oxnard and here in Ventura County. And each of these variants, they're named after hometowns. And depending on where you're at geographically, sometimes they can understand one another and sometimes they can't understand one another. So that's why when we are asked to deploy interpreters, we ask for the name of the city where the person's from so we can best match interpreters. And you'll see here, there's Mysteko that's spoken in Oaxaca, the state of Oaxaca, and Mysteko that's spoken in the state of Guerrero. What we're finding more is more of our recent arrivals are coming from the state of Guerrero, and they're having a hard time with interpreters who are from Oaxaca. It's completely, sometimes they can't even, they'll tell us, oh, we can't understand, I don't understand, can we get a different interpreter? So it's just important to note that. Other communities, indigenous speaker communities that we found, Zapotecos, also from the state of Oaxaca, Poripechas from the state of Michoacan, Huave, also from Oaxaca, and these are other communities as well. And sometimes with the Mysteko, again, if the hometowns are close enough, you can understand between one another. With the Zapotec language, you have to be from that city. Otherwise, you're not going to understand the person that's speaking to you. So that you could speak Zapoteco from San Jose La Chiguerí, but they're not going to be understood by someone who speaks Zapoteco who's from San Vicente Cuautlan. So that's why it's really important to identify the name of the hometown.
And as Jenny was mentioning, Mystics and other indigenous Mexicans in California and in diaspora elsewhere face significant discrimination from non-indigenous Mexican migrants, as they do in Mexico. And they suffer from inequities in access to education and health and legal services here in the United States. These inequities are all rooted in language and identity, and they go largely unnoticed in the mainstream US society. So therefore, in our effort to build greater language access and justice, we've trained a generation of indigenous interpreters and community members, which not only creates a pathway of self-sufficiency and economic security, it also provides our region, state, and nation with the workforce as a bridge to access and equity in navigating the social, educational, legal, and political settings of our lives. And so here, I'm going to show you what we're doing to preserve our languages. Here you can see the work to preserve it in collaboration with the University of California, Santa Barbara, to document diasporic Mystic varieties in California that are spoken primarily here in Oxnard. This happens through the creation of lexical databases and transcriptions and translations of texts, where the linguistic department works with us and trains our community members in the tools and methods of linguistics and language documentation. In this effort, we also want to note that every linguistic community has a right to codify, standardize, preserve, develop, and promote its linguistic system without induced or forced interference. And that though these are efforts to preserve our language in the written form, the intellectual merit does belong to subgroups of the large and diverse indigenous language complexes. And that most of these languages have little to relatively no documentation in the past. And in this example, you can see 3 different variants of the Mystic language. In San Martin Peras, I can't see the other one, but there's also Tlahuapa Guerrero at the far right. And so Jenny is going to explain a little bit more about the differences between the varieties.
So I mentioned that the languages are oral, and we have supported efforts to start standardizing the languages. But I just wanted to offer this as an example of why it would be wrong to put a flyer, for example, just in Mysteko. So here we have 3 different variants of Mysteko. This is from a coloring book that we developed with the university. And those are 3 different ways to say the word sun, and 3 different variants. So you have the San Martin Peras variant, which is the one that's most common here in the city of Oxnard. You have the variant from Tlahuapa Guerrero, and you have the variant from San Juan Mixtepec, Oaxaca. So if we're trying to get important information out to community members, it's really key and crucial that we are able to communicate it in a way that they're going to understand. I mentioned also the low literacy rates. And so if we were to put this in front of a community member, they probably wouldn't be sure what it was if they can't read or write in Spanish, let alone in their indigenous languages. So just wanted to offer this as an example of why it would be incorrect to put crucial information in a written form. And then we even goof too. I offer this as, us as an organization, not getting it right. We had these rally signs made to support our work with Health for All. And so it's supposed to say on the left, justice for my people. And so one of our folks who he's a trained linguist by UCSB, trilingual. He's actually getting his doctorate at the University of Chicago right now in linguistics, translated it. And then there was controversy with our team because in his variant, it did translate properly to justice for my people. And in other variants, it translated as it's the people's fault, which is completely opposite of what we were trying to reach. And so just another example of why it's hard to have one standard message, especially if it's in writing.
Mi vacuna nya cuenta nya COVID-19 yora nya vaya nya chinchie nya abakia. Mi vacuna yora nya vaya na kindonya. Mi vacuna cuenta nya COVID-19 era nya baker sha iya ku kins kuminande mi California yonya. Senya ka chinyush chaga shina ya tu nasanta chaga na nya ku kins kunanya. Sa mi programa nya vacuna yo me shinyu chaga mi California yo. Sena ka shinyu no kunando sha mi vacuna yo.
So we included this as an example of some of the outreach material we've developed for COVID that's audio and visual. So this is the San Martin Perez variant of Mysteko. The next slide is going to have a variant of Mysteko from Guerrero, and I just want to see if just to note the difference between the two.
Nya tisku nya sha nya COVID-19 nya vaku nya ja isha chinyu ya. Nya chico nya sha nya COVID-19 nya ungu nya jantiku nante nya estado California kuchuna tikina nya California santa nya esfuerzo nya nantikuna kuchuna tikina chisku nani kisha mita na nya igualdad kunya no nya programa nya chisku nya California nya.
And then just as a last example, we have this video and two other variants of Mysteko and Purepecha, but also wanted to share the Zapotec version of this video as well.
ten COVID to veta sigurnak. Beva kun ten COVID-19 to lisnak per natiave menjo California enta gratis. L'estato in California che quando moche masushash to parekza vogal vakun do tiamen. Veta zondo iniga ten vakun lenjo plando igus ten COVID. Lei ti assicuro na to duktin no jo kun no dukti go jo ya first to open kin la vego sono le ana la que le company nan chawa.
So sometimes you'll hear Spanish in there, but as you can see, they're completely different languages than Spanish. Sometimes the Spanish is in there because there's not a word or a description that matches what you're trying to say. So like words like vaccine, vacuna, COVID, etc.
And in these efforts, as we're discussing, in order to reach our community in regards to adult literacy and access, we're really strengthening our efforts to produce these oral messages, as you've seen in the videos, to reiterate the messages, and they're able to reach our audiences. We've also developed PSAs, so different from our videos, that air on our radio station and can be aired through any radio station across the world. And so there's two PSAs. The link isn't playing, but if we can get somebody on the computer to play them, you can listen to them. They're the same messages as, again, in Spanish and in Mysteko, that we're able to make sure that they get delivered because of the differences right now with folks not being able to read in our linguistic variants. Could you play the first one?
Zeheya kundañe nya ello ichiña o en kashiyoyo weki shanja kakyo naki un to gana shon kasantibia chasaya no chagana mi carga pública con mi Trump chikara ni na sama mi administración biren ya konya aka kwachisate sachinya con mi Trump saya ara ni anda sisha aya bitina katukuna carga pública shnika shina kuya 1100 commission na kuyi bina chikara ni na sama mi.
So this was in an effort, and you can go back into the Spanish, it's the same message. There was just national news made where we were trying to reduce the chilling effect of public charge, and we needed to put out messages that really created safety for our community. And so when we played this around our radio station, folks are able to reapply for public benefits, know that they're not at risk for their future immigration status. But if we're not reaching our community in the orality of it, or in person, it is not going to reach that far in writing. So these are just clear examples of what that looks like for us.
And we've talked a lot about hardship, but we also want to leave with a reminder of the resiliency that's in our community. And so Mysteko is actually not the phrase that our community calls themselves. It's a Nahuatl word that was given to us. We are known in our language as Nusavi, the people of the rain, and the Mysteko community speaks the language of the rain, known as Tu'unsavi. And so it's that rootedness back in our culture, trying to undo those 500 years of colonialism, remembering who we are and what we represent. When we're going through hard times, talking to elders, trusted members of our community, when there's something mental or physical, the importance of temazcal or sweat lodge, copal, and just again, going back to preserving our languages, because for so long we were told not to speak them. And so, instilling in the next generation the importance of retaining and speaking our language, and again, just our rootedness in our collective identity and our collectivism, as well as our community organizing. And then I know we're a little short on time, so I won't go through all of this, but I mentioned our 19 programs that we offer at MyCop. We have different umbrellas. This is our community organizing, policy advocacy work. We have outreach and access work, our immigration and legal services, our health and healing programs that are addressing mental health, mental well-being. We're home to the radio station, Radio Indígena 94.1. If any of y'all ever want to come by, give an interview, we're up A Street off of Magnolia, so y'all are more than welcome. And then just some of the work that we've done in response to COVID. Want to underscore, again, our work is in 3 counties. We've vaccinated over 8,000 individuals, have provided disaster relief to undocumented farm workers, Indigenous folks, et cetera.
And just to wrap up here, we really want to appreciate you for your time. We want to make sure that it is well known that the Indigenous community is an integral part of Ventura County's agricultural economy and its cultural vitality. We're also taxpayers, consumers, neighbors, and form part of the social fabric. And as you know, Ventura County has played a leading role in designing and implementing access strategies for the Indigenous community, such as what we've been able to lead and advocate for with the first establishment of the Farm Worker Resource Center here in Ventura County, the resolution for respect of Indigenous people at our Oxnard school districts, just to name a few. And we want to thank you once again for giving us this opportunity to present to you. We hope that you'll be able to join us at our upcoming events. We have a couple of signature events. The one that's coming up next week on August 4th, which is a Thursday, is Night in Oaxaca, our leading Indigenous event. It is definitely a night to attend and remember. And we're going to show you a quick clip so that you might be interested in attending. Yeah, once again, thank you so much for your time. I'm Vanessa Teran, Policy Director with MyCop, and my colleague Genevieve. And so if we have room for questions, we're welcome to take them. Otherwise, thank you so much for tonight.
Genevieve and Vanessa, thank you so much for the excellent presentation. And that mole is really good, right?
We're happy to be back in person with our mole. So yeah.
With the mole. So the question I have is, you said it was 58 languages. Is that 60. Correct? Is there any
68?
50? Is there anyone that knows all 58 languages to communicate with those folks?
That's a really great question. No, there's 68 different languages. Is as if telling someone, do you know all Native American languages of the Americas? There's Hopi, there's Sioux, there's Cheyenne, there's an infinite number, right? So it would be telling, I don't know, let's just give an example. Gabe Teran, could you speak all Indigenous languages from the Americas? I think it's possible if somebody is a really linguist, just as we see with somebody acquiring French, Spanish, Italian, etc. But I think it's definitely in the works. There's no one right now that we know. What we do know is if somebody does speak a Mystic language, they might be very familiar to another neighboring city, another neighboring language that's very similar to the Mystic variant to the one that they speak. So if they're from San Martin Peras and the neighboring city is similar in speaking that language as well, but there isn't someone particular that can speak all languages.
One last question on my part is, when I was with the county, we set up the Farm Worker Resource Program. the Farm Worker Resource Program, and I think you guys were part of it. That really helped the communication between the farmers and also the workers and also the other individuals. Which are you still working with the Farm Worker Resource at the county?
We are, absolutely. Many of the staff there were former staff of MyCop and also part of our workforce development and our youth leadership and leadership in general. And so definitely a bill has been passed, thanks to Steve Bennett and others, that will establish more farm worker resource programs across the state.
Yeah, Steve Bennett and I started that program, so.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Council members, any other questions? Councilman Turan?
Yes, thank you both for the presentation. Really appreciate it. I hope members of the public got a lot of really great foundational information as well. A question I have is, you had mentioned just the population we have in the city of Oxnard. Do you have just a rough estimate, how many folks we have here in the city of Oxnard, then beyond that, regionally in Ventura County?
Yeah, so there was a indigenous farm worker study that was conducted in 2010. So we have to remember these are really old numbers. And for specifically farm workers, the estimate for our city was about 17,500. We think that it's a lot more than that because we include hotel workers, restaurant workers, children, et cetera. So we're thinking the population is closer to about 25,000 to even 30,000 here in the city of Oxnard and the county of Ventura.
Oh, thank you very much. And I was just looking at population numbers today. I believe the city of Santa Paula is at 30,000. And so just in the region, that's an entire city. So thank you for sharing that. And again, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you so much, Gabe. And just to add to that last question, the U.S. Census finally implemented the identity and ethnicity that incorporates other indigenous communities. So it's the first time in our history that we're able to document that further. And I think that we will have a greater count, which MyCop was one of the contracted agencies across the state to do the census work. And so there's still a lot of work to do forward to provide those demographics.
Thank you, Councilman Pereira.
Thank you both for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. If we can put the slide up where you indicated the people live in certain neighborhoods in the city of Oxnard, do you find that there are issues with the children that live in that area going to the specific schools that they would go to, the public schools? Are they getting adequate education? Is there staff at those schools that can, as you've mentioned, multiple, not just Mysteko, multiple different dialects of Mysteko? Do we have teachers in these schools that can do it?
Yeah, so to answer that question, we have really good partnerships with Oxnard School District, Rio School District, which are the main districts that our students feed into. We actually have a contract with Rio School District where we have 2 staff members that are on site at Rio Plaza to provide language support, to provide casework to the families if they need that. And then with Oxnard School District, we also work pretty closely. We're housed at different schools in neighborhoods where our families are found. So Hathaway School, I believe we're at Harrington, and that's in partnership with First Five. So to my knowledge, there aren't trilingual teachers, but I don't want to misspeak and say that there's no trilingual teacher in the city of Oxnard. To our knowledge, there's not someone like that, but that doesn't mean that they don't exist.
Thank you very much for that, because I am concerned. This is a tremendous presentation. I hope you get an opportunity to do it to a lot more audiences. Threefold. What is the ultimate goal? Is it to bring the people with the indigenous languages up to be able to speak Spanish? Or is it to bring them up to be able to speak English? Or is it to be able to bring them so that the indigenous languages can speak to themselves?
I would say our goal is, and our vision is, an equitable society where they can thrive and prosper. I think before we even address speaking Spanish or speaking English, we have to address, can they afford to even pay rent? Are they earning a livable wage? So those are kind of where we're at before we even get to that question. I think one of the main things that we like to underscore is the importance of the language preservation. And so what we're seeing more and more is the children here, they're more trilingual. So if their parents are monolingual, the kids here at least are trilingual because they're getting Mysteko at home and they're getting English at school and Spanish amongst like families and friends. But I think before we even get onto is the goal English or Spanish, I think the goal is more so, can they thrive and can they achieve that autonomy?
It goes right into my next line of questioning. The schools get average daily attendance money for every kid that comes to the school. It's not based on whether the kid is succeeding. It's whether they're sitting in the seat and keeping the seat warm. It's an attendance count. Enough said about that. My concern is that we have our community, yours and mine, have children in the schools, and if they can't progress to become equitable, as you mentioned, in the community, they will always be isolated in pockets. They will never expand from those pockets. And the opportunities most likely are outside of those pockets, expanding, just as, I've been able to, you've been able to, the people up here, everybody's been able to expand at some time over a period of time. And the reason I bring that up, and I believe your answers play into this, is two things. The LA Times just announced that the United Farm Workers Organization is partnering with the state of California labor organizations, a brand new female leader, very powerful, and the Times story said, not afraid to take on anybody, including the governor. Do you find that since most of, as you've identified in agricultural worker, the United Farm Workers are treating the Mysteko population the same as the Mexican population? Do you find a disparity in that?
I wouldn't point the finger solely at UFW or UFW Foundation or whatever iteration exists here in our community. I think the fact of the matter is there are these inequities that play out on our agriculture fields, where there is preference given to someone's aunt or uncle to be a mayordomo or supervisor. Those opportunities aren't necessarily given to our community members. We've partnered with Ventura College and a number of other organizations to address this with a supervisor training, so that they at least get a certificate, which will help, hopefully, if there are these opportunities for leadership, that helps kind of put them at a better standing than they might have been before.
Thank you very much. And the last one, I hope you can carry this forward for me. In the past, I remember listening to National Public Radio, and they were talking about the state of Minnesota, and they were talking about the Hmong community, a community that was brought to this country after the Vietnam War, a large amount of people. And a member of that community eventually made it through the educational, learned, and became a city councilman, and fought like crazy to get the rest of the Hmong community to realize that the tap water was as good or better than the water that people were buying from machines. I know from going through areas in our city, there are large amounts of people that buy the water from the machines in our city. And as you've mentioned, the economic power of those people is not as great as it could be. If we can get the message out, and I've gone to the Mexican consulate on 2 different occasions, very intelligent, smart, they're willing to talk to me, but how they get the message out to the people, if the message is going out on, for lack of a better way to say it, Spanish radio stations, and the Mysteko community doesn't understand Spanish, how do we get that out to save these people a little bit more money so they can take care of themselves and their families? Any suggestions? If you can share them, or please carry my message, I'm willing to help. I'm not going to be the leader of this thing because I've tried. And I got pretty much blown away because I wasn't the right skin color, bluntly. But the issue is a very big issue in this community. The bottom of the societal level in this city has an opportunity to save pennies, but those pennies add up to nickels, and those nickels add up to dimes. And if we don't get that information out to them, they never are able to take advantage of it. Thank you very much for the time you put here.
Thank you. Councilman Basua, Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I do have a question as far as a city and our first responders, are you seeing any challenges with serving the population that isn't able to speak Spanish or English? And what is it as a city that we can do to support you?
In order to support to reach to our Indigenous immigrant community? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, I think the most essential part here is that we are building a generation of community leaders, as community organizers, as promotores, as community health workers, as future educators, future teachers that are able right now through MyCup, our 20 different programs are able to reach the audiences because we come from the culture and we speak the languages. So that's the best connection that one can have to reach in an audience is to have that direct lineage. So that's the way that we've been able to reach our audiences. And right now, when we're able to expand our workforce, most of the workforce that we were able to train are now working with the Oxnard Police Department, are now working with the hospital, are now working with the Farm Worker Resource Center. So we need to build a new generation of leaders who can really create those bridges between our community so our community doesn't continue to be isolated. And that comes from someone who speaks the language, identifies with the language, understands the culture. And so we're building that through many different indigenous communities, not just Mysteko. We're building in the Zapotec community and the Purepecha community. And so we're building it from the ground up. And I think out of this in the state, we're definitely collaborating with other indigenous organizations across the state to reach community. So Mysteko community also, as you saw on the map of California, is in different places across the state and the nation. And so we're steadily growing as a community to help empower each other and take care of each other. And it also relies a lot on connecting with agencies such as yourself, on entities where we build access. When you're able to build and access it, when you're able to access interpretation on site, it allows a community member to civically participate and contribute as a global citizen into understanding more of our work. So there's a lot of work to be done, but we're beginning with that by deploying a community that represents the community that we wish to serve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please no clapping. Thank you, Vanessa and Genevieve. Thank you so much for the excellent presentation. Thank
And
you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Zaragoza and council members.
One more comment here from, excuse me.
Mr. Perello, can I answer some of the questions that you had asked previously to my colleague, just to
Please.
add a little bit more on the piece of education about the local school districts. My cup has worked from the very beginning to really, I'm sorry, somebody.
Please,
Phone call here.
no interruptions, please. Go ahead.
So my cup has worked with the school districts here from the very beginning since the No Me Llames Oaxaquita. So the school districts, both Oxnard School Districts, Oxnard Union High School District, El Rio, has built a workforce in there. There's staff who are Mystic and of Mystic descent, indigenous descent. We're also develop a program. So when with UCSB, so that we can train a new generation of educators. So for the first time in California, we were able to build in a program where they train assistant preschool teachers. And they were able to serve our local childcare developmental centers. And that has never been really seen before. And so that was a collaborative effort. And in regards to the water issue that you just brought up as an example, My Cup is building a track for environmental justice and environmental awareness and education facing the environmental crisis that we're in. And currently right now, there's many different initiatives through the Climate Justice Network to establish greater access to environmental justice, such as right now, there's a plan to educate our community on water rights, on tap water, on these issues that you're saying. We might not be able to understand that the water on our tap is actually clean for a region. So that initiative will actually deploy a workforce to reach out community in their languages and make sure that they're able to understand that the water here in our region is actually better than anywhere else. And so there's a lot of work to do, but it takes a workforce that represents a community. So we're working on that.
Quick question, if we have additional information that's needed, is there a website that people can call you or?
We do, yeah. We have a great website. It's mysteko.org, mixteco.org, and it's multilingual. And so you're more than welcome to check it out. And we also have our radio station, which is actually transmitting worldwide, and we have applications on both Androids and Apple.
That's an FM radio, right?
It's an FM radio that you can, when you drive away from here, I would encourage you to put on 94.1 FM and listen into our radio station.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jen. Yep.
Yeah, could you please give the radio station again?
One more time.
The call numbers.
Our radio station is Radio Indígena, and our FM dial is 94.1 FM.
Thank you. And the reason I ask those questions is because I am concerned, basic survival. Somebody yells in this building, somebody yells fire, and they may not know other languages. Some people will understand what fire means. If the other languages do not understand, they could see people running around and thinking God knows what. That's why I asked the questions about Spanish, English, the indigenous languages. I did have the opportunity to go to Ocotlán and very nice people. I didn't understand Spanish, so I don't know if they were speaking Spanish or Ocotlán, but very nice people.
Thank you. And for that, there's a new Emergency Communications Act that my club actually supported in, so that we're making sure that the crises that we're facing are also being delivered in multiple languages. So that's brand new.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Okay. Our next item is our opening ceremonies, and this is going to be the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to have, let's share a moment of silence for this individual, Mr. Sanchez, 29-year-old that passed away due to an incident at a soccer field. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. Our next item is public comments not on the agenda, item F. And I have the first individual is Ray Platel. Ray Platel, 3 minutes. Ray Platel.
Mr. Platel?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead and speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I didn't think the system was working. Gee. All right, Mayor, council members, and the public. Earlier this month, I submitted a multiple element PRA relative to my landscape maintenance district. There were 8 specific and unique elements within this PRA. Only 2 of these 8 were addressed by the city in their response, yet the PRA was closed. Do you not read these PRAs? There was no explanation offered that I found to explain why the other 6 elements were ignored. Consequently, I submitted another PRA in an effort to secure the missing information. In order to preclude additional congestion in your PRA database, may I suggest the city staff read and respond to all PRA elements prior to closing a PRA in the future? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Larry Stein.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, staff, and the general public. I'm somewhat concerned. Well, first of all, I want to thank city staff. Quote being, I thank you, for at least going with a park, with a pool at College Park. I appreciate the fact we're building a pool at College Park. The fact we're spending $34 million on a pool and aquatic center at College Park leaves me somewhat dismayed. But that kind of money, we'd be building 3 pools for $10 million each. So the activities of a pool can be derived throughout the city instead of being essentially located in one location. I appreciate the fact that the city is going forward with a pool. The fact I've been pushing for a pool since the turn of the century tells you something else. In fact, it's taken 22 plus years to have a pool built. We had a meeting last night on the Parks Commission, and we talked about sports park. And we had a discussion regarding how we had a survey sports park. But seems to me that the people who actually paid for the land, the people in West Village, were primarily overlooked. These are the people who paid developer fees when they bought their homes. These are the people who made sure that they were paying regular maintenance fees in their neighborhoods, landscape assessment districts. When it came time to their viewpoints on the park, it was largely ignored. We had a large contingency of people want an ice skating rink, which is fine. One of the purposes of the activities at Sport Park is to offer activities that aren't available throughout the city. So they make a good point, having an ice skating rink at Sports Park. But again, there are a large number of people there was a contingency that talked about soccer fields. We got soccer fields in many, many locations, and still we don't have no soccer fields. So how many soccer fields do we need? The issue here, though, is the fact that the people at Sports Park had booths. And we took surveys from people who attended these booths. But the consideration of people who live in a specific plan called the Northeast Community Specific, the Northwest Community Specific Plan, had contingencies. We had contingencies where things were supposed to be produced. And was not mitigated. So the mitigation for this specific plan included developing in the park. The park has not been developed. The city has not set aside any money for this park. We're supposed to have a fire station there. The fire station was mitigation. Again, the city does not complete mitigations for these specific plans, not completing mitigations for this particular issue of Sports Park, and perhaps the considerations of the neighborhood should have a higher priority than the city overall. Again, thank you for your time and just consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is George Van Hubert. George.
Yes, good evening to everyone. I don't know if I should speak.
I
don't know if I should speak now or evidently we have an item for M3, so.
This is items not on the agenda. Is that what you want to do, or?
Either way, I guess it's fine.
If it's items not on the agenda,
Okay,
you can
I'll
go ahead.
speak
You got-
now if I can.
You got 3 minutes.
Okay, yes,
Mm.
thank you. Would you prefer?
It
Okay.
is?
Okay.
Well, they need to fill out
M3.
another form then for,
Yes.
okay. So we have a virtual speaker now, Roger Pear, on items not on the agenda. It says Roger Pear here. Is it Roger
Sorry,
Pear?
that's, it's still Roger Poirier. I'm sorry.
Okay,
My name has.
okay, Roger, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate
Mhm.
the opportunity to speak. I want to wish City Council a nice month off. You guys work really hard and, I appreciate what you do. I don't think I could, well, I don't want to try to do what you do. Anyway, at the July 19th meeting, I spoke up after your presentation about Campus Park. And I mentioned, I wasn't planning on speaking, so I wasn't prepared. But I mentioned Eric Hummel and Nick Boas from the Public Works Department, who've done a great job. But I left out so many people. I felt I needed to come back and just let you know that you have some really wonderful employees in Oxnard. First of all, Alex Newen for helping us get the master plan across the finish line. And he's been so open and supportive in the Campus Park design process. So it's been great to work with him on that. Back when we were doing the master plan, Public Works had some great people helping us. We had Brian Yanas, Joe Perez, and Het Lugo. And then from the recreation side, they were also participating. We had Terrell Harrison, Renee Rakestraw, Jesse Tapia, Greg Barnes, and Danilee Perez. Oxnard PAL helped out both in the master plan and the Campus Park development. We had Debbie Estrada, Julia Estrada, and Susie Marquez. I'd also like to give a shout out to Marisol Eastlake with Senior Services, Olympia Hugo, and Eddie Chavez from City Corps. These are great leaders in our town. And then last night we had our July Parks and Recreation Commission meeting. And I thanked them then, but I'd like to thank them now and thank you for having these folks work with us because they do a fantastic job of working with the commission as well as doing their other duties in the city. We have Assistant Public Works Director Steve Howlett, Parks Manager Kevin Thompson, our Executive Staff Liaison Janice Saragosa, and our Recording Secretary Adriana Britt. these are great folks. It's an honor and a privilege to work with them. And I just want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to, give them a shout out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this items that are on the agenda? Okay, Eduardo Huerta.
Hello, Council. How are you? Well, it's glad to meet everybody. I'm actually was hearing this gentleman speak about recreational activities with the Police Activities League and obviously the college at the park here in downtown. I think it's very important that we take in consideration everybody on the agenda. Not only that, our community, I think after hearing Bert speak, I kind of have an idea that it's a certain type of community that's being targeted legislatively and policy-wise when it comes down to the past experience that we actually ran with our city. So I think it's very important that we really pay attention to what our community needs when it comes down to our migrant community. Coming from District 1, Bert Perello, there's a lot of attention needed recreationally in that area when it comes down to our soccer leagues. I live right now, I had to move to a different district due to not having, the credibility to really speak for community that really needed the attention. So knowing that I'm actually at District 1, knowing that that was your district, I think that district really needs a lot of attention. The Boys and Girls Club, you have a bunch of kids playing all weekend, all week. It's constantly busy. You have Oxnard PD there watching the area, trying to keep it safe. I think they need the backup. And honestly, just having safety lights, kind of giving the attention the city really needs. Like I said, when I started this recall and targeting Gabe Turan, and I was blocked by Jason Benitez with Minkop, I think this was the real issues that we're trying to keep away from the public. Coming down to COVID-19, I think we really need to pay attention that right now, we don't know where the country's going to go, where our state's going to go. I think the more we could do for this community, give them more activities, more security, I think it's best. And that's really what I can really speak on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on the items that are on the agenda?
We do not have any additional speakers.
Okay, thank you. So our next item is item G. This is City Manager's report. And we have one item on Public Works Department. We have a speaker on this item. We're going to share that first. Okay,
Yes.
we have Larry Stein on G1.
Mr. Mayor, member of City Council staff, we've been in a drought for 5 years. Going back even further, the City Council passed bonds in 2010 to build a water system that was going to be, has been described to be the backbone of our water system, to recycle our wastewater. In order to recycle our wastewater, wells have to be built. Wells have not been built. In 2012, the facility to convert the wastewater to water, not necessarily potable water, to water, started operating in September of 2012. Again, wells were not built. 3 years later, there is a change in requirements by the county. Again, the wells have not been built. We passed a 2030 general plan. We're supposed to have a water system. Supply the water to the city. There have been no plans. I have submitted public record requests to see the documents and the plans to build this water system. We have the capacity of being water exporters. We have the capacity of generating 21,000 acre feet of water. But the city has not built the wells. The city has not presented public documents showing what the plans are to build the wells or a timeline for building the water. To build the wells, we built a pipeline to go from Ormond Beach all the way up to North Oxnard, up to River Park, just to deliver potable water to the golf course, among other things. But we don't run pipelines to parks nearby that can use that water. We ran a pipeline to serve the farmers. The farmers are paying $250 per acre foot for water. I'm paying over $2,000 like everybody else for their water. So how are we conserving water? We're not conserving water. So when the city manager comes forth and says, we need to take efforts to conserve water, we don't do it. The water has not been supplied to us. The city passed several years ago a water neutrality policy. All new development was supposed to come up with new sources of water. The city ignores this. The city ignores this, the very ordinance, the very policies they pass. The water neutrality policy. I've asked questions about the enforcement of water neutrality policy. They're not doing that. New houses are being built. We're looking at building 1,000 homes in Teal Club. There's no source of new water. We're building a whole lot of apartments at Wagon Wheel. There's no source of new water. We need housing, but we're not providing the water for the people to live in. Again, the city manager has not described the plans. I've asked for documents. I've asked for documentation and what's going to cost us to build the system. And city council, I've emailed you. I'm not getting any responses back to my public record requests for the new water I've asked for and the costs and the plans to build the water pipeline. The city manager is blowing smoke up your backside because he keeps saying things but not delivering. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. No, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to make a quick clarification on some of the statements that were made. The aquifer storage recovery well has been built. It's in place at Campus Park. There are 2 test wells there. The water supply line to that facility is stubbed out on the southwest corner of Campus Park by the fence. It's readily visible. And they're in the final process of putting in the station that will connect all those integral parts together. So to say the well has not been built would be, in my estimation, an inaccurate statement.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lopez has just joined us. So Madam Clerk, Councilwoman Lopez just joined us. Okay, our next item is any other
still me.
speakers on G1? No other speakers on this item?
One moment. We just have one speaker that just raised their hand to make comment on this item.
On G1, okay, let's
Yes.
go ahead.
So this is this for the,
Marcos Alvaran?
yes. Is this for the comments about anything?
Mr. Alvaran, I can barely hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you there?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Can I ask a quick question first? So he said it was for G1. Are we still on the public comment section or an items not on the agenda?
We're in G1.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I retract my thing.
Okay.
No
Any
more
other-
speakers,
No other
Mayor.
speakers?
Thank you.
Okay, G1 is the Public Works is subject is reconsideration of local emergency and ratification of director orders regarding the water shortage emergency mandatory water conservation measure. And the recommendation that the City Council one adopt a resolution confirming the need to continue local emergency declared on May 17, 2022 due to water shortage emergency conditions. And 2, ratify that the director orders, if any, modifying mandatory water conservation measures. And 3, authorize the mayor or chair of the Public Works and Transportation Committee to sign a letter to the Regional Water Agency regarding drought-related issues on the City Council's behalf. And Michael, any additional question, information?
You want me to go first? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. As read, the request is for the continuation of the every 60 days of the drought emergency ordinance. And then we're also looking for permission for the mayor and our Public Works Transportation Committee chair to sign any letters. As you know, what's happening is coming very fast and changing a lot. And so we're looking for an opportunity to make sure that we don't miss a chance to be submitting letters to regional agencies on our behalf to catch up, to make sure that we don't miss on opportunities. So we're looking for that. And that's the 2 action items.
And Michael, I'm getting the calls and probably looking at individuals that are not following the rules or watering their lawns and spewing water down the curbs and so forth. So are we then conveying additional information for the public to understand that we really have a major drought?
Yes, sir. As shown up on the screen right now, we're actually sending out this postcard.
Well, thank you.
It's been actually posted on social media as well. So this tries to capture, there's a lot of things going on. This tries to capture as simple as possible some of the restrictions that are in place that actually are coming down either from the state or from Metropolitan Water District. So some of these restrictions are how many days a week that you can water, the duration that you can water in terms of minutes, and the type of irrigation or type of landscaping, i.e. Functional turf that you can water. So we're trying to capture that in this. We do outreach via this. We have signs. You've probably seen the use less water signs. We also are using on our utility billing, on the outside of the utility billing, we're indicating about using less water. We have a website dedicated for water conservation. We have a water conservation hotline. So we have quite a few ways for folks to either get information or we're pushing it out as well.
And I see it's in Spanish also, which is good.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Perillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Wolf, so there are some people that still do not believe that things are as drastic as they are. As you mentioned at the beginning of your talk, things are changing day by day. Are they getting better or are they getting worse with respect to the amount of water?
So great question. The slide that we just put up on the screen right now kind of gives you a snapshot. It's a dashboard of the state water dependent areas. So these are areas that are dependent upon state water. And we are part of the Cayugas Municipal Water District. So on the dashboard with the upper left there. So you can see how the different regions or different agencies are reacting and complying with or not complying with, in some cases, their volumetric assignment of water from Met. Now, holistically on the top, you can see it says on target. So the state water dependent areas, so all the water districts shown there, the 6 collectively are on target to meet the requirements. Individually, as agencies, you can see some of them are up and some of them are down. So again, we're part of the Cayugas Municipal Water District. The district as a whole is over by 17% of this, and I'll call it allocation for lack of a better word. It's truly not allocation because we don't own the rights, but as a whole district or Cayugas, it's over by 17%. Now, Oxnard individually is actually 55% under our allocation. Some of that's from operational changes that we're able to make. We obviously have another source and supply of water that some agencies may not have, meaning groundwater, right? So agencies that are specifically dependent on state water supplied or state water supplied water may not have another source like groundwater like we do. So some of our operation or some of our reductions and some of our ability to be underneath our quote unquote allocation is because we have groundwater. So we are doing well from that perspective, and some of it's a mix of our operational changes. Some of it's actually savings from our customers and our customers actually reacting to the messages that are being put out.
Thank you. And before you get done with this segment, come back and I'd like you to repeat that 50% deal and explain it again, because there's a lot of people like myself that it doesn't go in one ear and stay there. It may go right on through, but it's a significant issue because just the 8 of us that are up here, if every one of the 8 of us except me make sure that their house is not leaking water, but I don't care, I still can have the general group be taking care of water, but I'm the abuser. I would be the one that would be considered the abuser, and we would be in the 17% over. Eventually that 17%, if as the picture you showed previously, there's no more water in the dam, there's no more water. It takes a amount of head to headworks of pressure for the water to push this down. We receive the water because of a gravity system. There's not pumps delivering it to Oxnard to blend with us. Am I correct?
Yeah. So I think the question is about, do we get state water from Cayugas? It's gravity fed, but we have pumps in our system, wells and booster pumps and blending stations that actually put pressure in their system. But I think your question is really about the Cayugas water. It comes from a gravity fed process.
And the water that Cayugas gets comes from the state projects coming to Metropolitan. They ship it out to us. If there's not enough water upstate to push the water down, there will be dire consequences later in the year. And no matter how many rain dances or rosaries we say, or prayers or candles we light, if it doesn't rain, we're going to be in real trouble. Because one thing I'd like to point out to the residents, just so happens a very good football team happens to be in San Francisco called the 49ers. The reason they call it the 49ers is a specific date in time, but the state became a state in 1850. There were original water rights that are attributed to people that were at original water rights. Recently, correct me if I'm wrong, Recently, the state voided those water rights because of the direness of the drought. And it was presented at a Callegas meeting that the water rights original, they're going to be squeezed down. People are not going to be able to take what they thought they could take. And impacting the central part of the state or the northern part of the state around the Delta area is going to have an impact down here, no matter what we do, unless we conserve. And if I'm wrong, correct me. But before you get done, can you just explain again in plain English, what does it mean when we are 50% better than everybody else? Because I believe there are other cities that are now asking, hey, what are you guys doing in Oxnard? Where those other cities before didn't care what Oxnard did. But now they're asking, what are we doing right?
But back to the statement 50% better, I would change that. We are 50% under the amount that they've given us. So we're not 50% better than somebody else.
Thank you for clarifying. That's why.
So let's try to put this in perspective. Because we have an alternate source, groundwater, whether that's from our own or from United, our allocation, again, put those in quotes, allocation is a certain amount of water per month from Callegas. Because we can change our operation a little bit and bring and use more groundwater, we have the ability to make that adjustment and not necessarily take the same volume of water that we have traditionally taken in a month like July from Callegas. Now, we obviously have other restrictions and constraints. For example, we can't just continue to pump and pass our groundwater allocation. So we have to thread this needle. We have this emergency situation that's in place right now. We have a second source of water, but that's not an unfounded or unbound source of water. We still have restrictions on the groundwater as well. So we made this operational change from an emergency standpoint. So we're able to react to the emergency, but at some point in time, we got to make sure we don't pump too much water, because then we'll also have penalties from the Groundwater Management Association, right? So again, we're threading this needle to make sure that we stay underneath the state's allocation to avoid penalties, and we're not over pumping, because that also could incur penalties. So we have that ability that other agencies or other cities may not have, because we have that second source of water. So because of that, we're able to show a less use of the Callegas water in a short period of time, because we went right to the groundwater for that. And on top of that, I believe we're seeing savings because of the message, because people are taking this seriously. The driest January, February, March in history in California. So this is obviously a reality. And so, but the reason why we're 55% lower than this number is because we were able to make some operational changes as well. And
thank you.
May I add just something? Because you mentioned about the sort of the abusers, if you will, if that's the right term. We do actually have 3 customers in Oxnard that are in the violation phase of this process. We've given them plenty of notices. So we are and do have that tracked, if you will, or that ability to make sure that for those folks who are ignoring it for whatever reason, we are able to address that from a violation standpoint.
And you open up a question. We have violators. Is it a matter of a slap on the wrist, or are there any teeth in these violations?
So we're working with the city attorney's office to make sure we're following the requirements, but monetary. So if we're doing the administrative site process, there's monetary components of that that's allowable. We're just making sure we're working through the city attorney's office process, though.
Thank you very much. And just for the rest of the council, this is a major, environmental issue that we're going through, but there's one also natural disaster that we don't talk about. If there were an earthquake and we were to lose the line that supplies most of the water from Callegas, this would really be a serious problem. We're also cannot forget, one of the reasons we live in Oxnard, whatever your reasons, one of the reasons I live here, it's close to the coast. And the morning fogs and the evening fogs keep a lot of things green that if we look at the inland part of the county, they're not able to take advantage of that. We're very fortunate to live here, but we got to pay attention, because we can't always be so lucky that nothing goes wrong and there's a drought and a potential of an earthquake. We got to, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Councilmember Tron.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for that quick update. And I want to thank Councilmember Perello. I think he had a really good analogy as far as our allocation, as you had mentioned there, even though we have many people in the city of Oxnard who are doing their part, watering once a week and being very water minded about their usage. Our region, as you could see there, was 70% over their allocation, again, for lack of a better term. But I am glad to hear that we're at least 55% under what our allocation is as a city. But as Councilmember Perillo said, no matter how good we do, if all the other people who are on our boat are not doing their part, they can ultimately sink us. And so it's good to know we're doing our part, but I also would like to take the opportunity to be clear that just because we're, as you mentioned, 50% or so below our usage allocation, that does not provide allowance to people to just increase their water use unilaterally. We have to maintain our course and where we are. Is that correct?
Right. And that was the purpose of me talking about, we went on a different source of water.
That's right.
It's not, we're seeing 55% savings, so people are cutting back. We were able to go to a separate source, but that separate source also is finite from that perspective, also has penalties if we exceed that. So at some point in time, we're going to be changing that dial to make sure that we're not getting those penalties as well.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
And one last thing is, I've had a few conversations with people over the last couple of weeks. And if you wouldn't mind just reminding folks, number one, all of our parks are experiencing browning. And if you go to Wainimi, as I did a couple weekends ago, I noticed same thing on a lot of their turf. And that's every park. And would you mind just clarifying, even if someone lives in an HOA community, and let's say the HOA rules state that you have to have a green lawn, it has to be watered, that does not supersede where we are with drought restrictions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. And again, this item has 3 items that we need a motion for item 1, 2, and 3.
Mr. Mayor, I'd move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, it was first by Councilman Mayor Pro Tem and second by Bert Perella. Please vote. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank
Okay.
you. So if I can go back and just do a few quick
Go ahead.
updates, please.
Mhm.
All right. Well, here's deja vu. The mobile vaccination clinics are back at it. So here's the upcoming schedule. So tomorrow, Friday, July 29th, it's going to be available at the Oxnard Alano Club, which is at 4910 South C Street. You can get your COVID vaccinations there between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. This Sunday, July 31st, you can get your vaccinations at Oxnard College, and that is going to run from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. this Sunday. And then later, towards the third week and the fourth week of the month in August, towards the end of August, they'll be available at St. Paul Baptist Church on Saturday, August 20, from 10 a.m. till noon. And then back again on Sunday, August 28th at Oxnard College, 9 to 3 p.m. Unfortunately, I believe we'll be making more of these announcements in the fall and in the winter. Next is a reminder that next Monday we have our next community meeting regarding the aquatic center, not the pool, the aquatic center. So that's Monday, August 1st, from 6 p.m. to 7:30 at the South Oxnard Center, which is at 200 East Bard Street. So we had people show up last time, and we certainly hope they return or more people show up this time. Exciting conversations about the South Oxnard Aquatic Center. Next announcement, the Dallas Cowboys training camp. I believe they actually started practice yesterday, but the opening ceremony is this Saturday, scheduled for 10:45 a.m. They call it the Cowboys Back Together Saturday Fan Fest. And then there's also their first open practice, padded practice. I believe that just means that's when they get to hit each other. That's Monday, August 1st at 11 a.m. And then on the week after that, Monday, August 8th, they are holding a Heroes Appreciation Day, Monday, August 8th at 11 a.m. For that practice. And then they will wind up and have their final practice day for the fans on Wednesday, August 10th. So to find out more details about the training camp, you can visit oxnard.com/Cowboys. And we certainly hope that they have a productive and safe training camp so that they can go on to the next football season and win the Super Bowl. Okay. We have begun work on, after many, many years, and I believe decades, perhaps even a half a century now, that we have the ability to start fixing our alleyways. So here's just an example of something that we've been working on. So here is what it was. This happens to be somewhere along Bard Road. So this is what it's been for a very long time. This is what it looks like during the construction. So you can see they're really taking that up and going down. And then this is what it looks like when it's done. There's a lot of little things here. Like if you pay attention to the left-hand corner at the curb corner there, you can see the difference in how it was before to what it's like now. So our staff and our contractors are excited to be doing this work, slowly moving across different neighborhoods of the city. And there are updates available online. Okay. And there is that address there is bit.ly/Oxnard Roads. So you can see there the schedule that we have in the future across the city. Next is a unpleasant announcement, but things are moving fast at the state level. So I just want to make this clear and say it out loud now because it's going to sweep the state, most likely by the end of this year. So not very long ago, the governor wanted and the legislature passed a bill with regard to an energy bill with regard to maintaining grid reliability across California. So here's a highlight from the LA Times article. This was published on June 30, but you can see where we've highlighted in yellow. It says it makes it easier for state officials to buy electricity from beachfront gas plants. And that is Ormond Beach Power Plant and diesel generators. And also going forward to approve solar and wind farms over the objections of local governments. So I want to broadcast this now because we'd worked very hard when the last go round, the state mandated extending power plants such as Ormond Beach. And we were fortunate to get a very, very good agreement with the power company then. This time around is very different. Last time it was done through the state bureaucracy. This time it's being authorized by the state legislature. So how the state bureaucracies, the various agencies, will determine which power plants they're going to mandate stay open and for how long, and the details of that, it's going to be interesting. So I'm just giving fair warning that we have to brace ourselves in the event that the state comes down and says, we had agreed that the Ormond Beach power plant would be extended till December of 2023. Too bad, the grid's not reliable yet, and now we are mandating that the Ormond Beach power plant stay open until X year. So just getting you geared up for that. We're obviously in communications with the power company that owns the plant and discussing with them what that looks like for both them and this community of Oxnard going forward. So we will come back to the council as soon as we have any tangible information from the various state agencies this fall. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Our next item is item 8, and this is any brief announcements that the council members might have or any items they'd like to place for future agendas in 3 minutes, and we'll start off with Councilman Perrella. Oh, City Manager? And then for Councilman.
Great, thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor. We have one more virtual speaker with a hand up.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Speaker with phone number in. Hello? Would you like to announce yourself?
Nancy Lindholm. Yes. Nancy Lindholm, President and CEO of the West Ventura County Business Alliance, which is the Chamber of Commerce that is serving the communities of Oxnard and Camarillo. I just wanted to offer a few words of support for our city manager, Alex Nguyen.
Are you calling, what item is it that, I'm sorry, excuse me. What
This is
item on the
H.
agenda are you calling on?
Item H.
Item H.
Item H.
Ms. Lindholm, we're not
Two.
quite there yet. We're still working on city manager report, but we will come back to you in just a bit.
We will come back to you.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pearl, you had
Yes,
questions?
for the city manager, the slide that was up for the shots, is that for people to redo shots or is that for people to still get their original shots?
It's both.
It's both. So what is the recommendation if people have had the shots at the very beginning that they got to come back and get new shots? What does the health
So
department say?
there are recommendations, and I recall it's about 6-month intervals, but I'm not the public health director. All that information is available online. It's available at your health provider, your insurance, as well as your own doctors.
And we will put that up also?
It's all online, yes.
Okay. The second question I have, I've been getting questions with respect to the Cowboys and the price of parking in the Cowboys lot. Are there other sites to park that people can get shuttled to the event? Because I've actually got some hot questions about how come we're charging so much money to park the cars and who's getting the money.
Okay. So my understanding that this summer camp, I don't believe there's a shuttle. I think the parking's there, but I don't know because I don't run the camp. We'll get those answers available online at the Visit Oxnard website. So I can't answer those right now.
Thank you. The last two, on the alleys, those alleys are being done in concrete to make them extremely long-lived. Am I correct?
Yes.
And the very last question. I appreciate all the work that was done by this council, by this manager, you specifically, in getting the agreement we had with Ormond Beach. But in the mentioning of potentially more power plants having to be put online, is there any plan that Mandalay would restart?
No.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mayor. We are just now getting into City Council Housing Authority Successor Agency.
Okay, so we'll start off, with Councilman Lopez. Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have very much to share today, other than as our city manager reminded the public about the aquatic center meeting on Monday. Is part of the process in seeing this project fully through. So I'm very much looking forward to that as well. And I believe there was a survey that was posted online for anyone who is unable to attend the meetings in person. And that would be it. Thank you.
Councilman Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to remind folks that next Tuesday, August the 2nd, is National Night Out. And the public is welcome to attend. There's going to be 2 neighborhoods that are hosting this year. And that is the Carriage Square neighborhood and the River Park neighborhoods. And the neighborhood councils planned it in partnership with City and Oxnard Police Department. And although those neighborhoods planned it for their residents and the community, everyone is invited to go check it out. I plan to go out, so bring an appetite is what I hear. And we'll look forward to that. And then lastly, I attended the River Park Neighborhood Council meeting last week. They had it at East Park out in the community, and it was well attended and had really great stuff and great conversation. So, and I want to thank our public works folks who've worked very hard to make some updates to River Park. There were some really important questions that were brought up regarding recycled water usage and signage. And I want to thank our public works folks who looked into that, provided information to the public, and are working to address the signage and bring it down until further notice. And last thing I'll say actually is another thank you to our Public Works folks. The intersection of Doris Avenue and Ventura Road has a number of concerns that have been brought up over time. There was one that I had brought up recently to our traffic engineer and our Public Works folks regarding the pedestrians crossing Doris heading north on Ventura Road, and just some issues that came from folks who are turning right onto Doris from Ventura Road and how fast they're going and the visibility of pedestrians. And I saw today that the crosswalk lines are being repainted as well as other lane markings. And a really great thing to Kumar, who was our traffic engineer, he was able to add lead time for the pedestrians. So when the light changes for cars to now go on Ventura Road, first the light changes for pedestrians to go, and all the lights stay red for about 5 seconds. And then the pedestrian goes out and then gets a little head start. And then the lights turn green. So that way the cars can see that somebody's crossing first before, instead of starting at the same time. So there's that. And then signage was added to remind people that you have to yield to pedestrians. So sorry, we have to remind folks, but it's important. So thank you to our staff for all the work on that. And that's my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank everyone involved with a weekend issue that occurred at Rose Park. I want to thank city staff for the quick meeting that I attended with Councilmember Perello, and everything. Hopefully, all issues were resolved on the residents' behalf. Second, had the pleasure of speaking to high school students who are doing a summer program. Students are from South Oxnard and Colonia and Rose Park. And then there's also students there from Inglewood, Santa Paula, and Fillmore. They're all first generation, hopefully college students. It was a pleasure just kind of talking to them a little bit about college and my everyday job. Also, again, a big thank you to everyone in city staff concerning the housing element. I heard we got back a positive report from the state. So everyone involved, a huge congratulations to you. And then I think lastly, just driving around Oxnard, and over the last week and a half, things do seem to be looking better. And then there are issues, speaking to residents, big thing, which was just mentioned, the parks. They are actually a huge push now from certain residents to get turf in some of our parks to avoid this usage of water, because it's not going to be, miraculously rains 3 years down the road and we're safe. This is going to probably be a decade wide issue. So they did bring up of possibly bringing in turf to some of our neighborhood parks, and that way it also avoids some of the maintenance issues that we face. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Basil.
Thank you, Mayor. I also don't have much to report. And just like Council Member Lopez and our city manager, just want to remind the general public that we do have an aquatic center design process meeting on Monday at 6 p.m. at the South Oxnard Center.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Perello.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, I'm grateful that our assistant city manager is here and health scared. You're okay, correct? Okay. Grateful to have you back on the team because you're an important player. There was a comment with respect to the sports park and the Northwest specific plan and the fees generated by those individuals that bought their homes tied into it. I am aware of that issue. There is some validity to that point, and I just want to let the speaker know that that issue has been addressed with residents, neighborhood council chairs, present, current, past, and there's been tried to get some resolution to that issue. Last council meeting, I mentioned that I had forgotten the individual that helped me out in development services. His name is Joe Pearson II. I want to thank Joe, Mr. Pearson, beg your pardon, Mr. Pearson, for the help that he gave me, clarifying a point, spent time making so that I can understand it, because some things are not always easily understood. As Councilmember Madrigal mentioned, I was able to attend Rose Park, and ladies and gentlemen, it's amazing when you go to a neighborhood where there are residents that are actively involved in that neighborhood. 25 people in a park talking about an issue that came up, and they got some resolution. I believe that they were satisfied. I think Mr. Madrigal's got a heck of a neighborhood in his district, Rose Park. Let's see. Unfortunately, a gentleman died from a beating that he suffered at Oxnard High School during a soccer. There's been requests by the police department, if anybody has video of this information, to please share it with the police department. I've attended sporting events. It is impossible to look at a crowd and not see people filming with a cell phone or some other device. That information is out there. My understanding is this gentleman is going to be buried shortly. There's a GoFundMe site set. This individual is related to a city employee. This shouldn't have ever happened to anybody. But if people have information of the parties, and as the initial reports were, it was many more than one person involved, they need to share that with the police department. This is important for our city, for the residents, no matter where you live. It's important. The last thing, there have been a tremendous amount of questions with respect to certain areas and people speeding through neighborhoods, along with people running red lights. I can't fix the people running red lights unless, we happen to have a police officer on site that can do it. But the speeding through neighborhoods, people are questioning speed bumps. And why don't we have this and why don't we have that? I'd like to request that we have an item on speed bumps either before the council or the Public Works Committee or Public Safety, something to address speed bumps. Because unfortunately, it's a big city and a lot of people are looking for shortcuts to get around, and they're racing through neighborhoods. It's causing problems. And again, to all the city employees, thank you very much. I know we come up to this time where the council takes a month off. It's like, I personally don't think we need a whole month off because the rest of the city keeps working. But thank you very much. This city is in one heck of a lot better place than it was a few years ago. Tremendously better. And it's the people that are doing the work, carrying the load. Thank you.
Councilman Teran, you have another 30 seconds?
Yes, less than that. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder on that, Councilmember Perello. I would like to point out for the benefit of the public that the legislative recess where we're not meeting during the month of August doesn't mean that the 7 of us are going to Arizona or anything for vacation. I'll still be here. I'll be going to the office and I will be available. But know that there won't be council meetings, but your city staff will be working hard still. Council members are still available. I'm available as needed as well. So just wanted to clarify that. So thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to report that I also had the pleasure of going out to meet Walter Fuller over at Ormond Beach. He's been the steward. He's had a stewardship of Ormond Beach for 26 years. Really, really proud man, and got to meet the folks from the Nature Conservancy, the Friends of the Ormond Beach, and also Councilman Teran was there, and Councilman Basua, my son, was there, and also a council member from Port Hueneme, Steve Nash, and quite a few people. So he's really, really a proud man. And I really had the opportunity to go out there and walk on the beach, walk on the sand. But one of the things that he wanted to, Michael, you might want to hear Michael Wolf. He's very, very proud of the Parks Department, of all the help that Parks and Public Works has given him out there at Ormond Beach. So he wanted me to give a shout out to all the parks people for all the work they've done. What they do is they clear the paths out there for some of the individuals to go out and check the conservancy. So I just wanted to share that and to make sure that you know that. Please tell your people that he's very, very proud of what you guys do, which is really important. Also, I had the opportunity, the city manager and I, we met the mayor of Cerritos, Mr. Vo. He's the first Vietnamese mayor for Cerritos, and very, very proud person. And he just wanted to meet our city manager because he says he's very, very proud of the Vietnamese community and what they do. So it was an honor to meet him. And also it was mentioned today, today is our last, not today, this evening is our last meeting. And for people that are going to take vacation, have a good summer. And we probably won't see you till September 6th. So again, thank you for allowing us to be here today. So we still have a lot of work, but I wanted to share that. Thank you. Our next item is, this is H1, the City Manager Department. This is the appointment of a member to serve in the City Cultural Arts Commission. And the recommendation is the mayor, with the approval of the City Council, appoint Theodoro Lopez to the Cultural Arts Commission to represent District.
This gentleman presented himself. He's coming in as a representative for District 1. I asked staff if they could bring him up to speed on what he was getting into. Staffs at Park and Recreation and staff in the city manager's office, they set up a meeting with him. They explained what the procedures were, how the meeting setup was, that there would be training, most likely training available on ethics, conflict of interest, sexual harassment, so that he had an idea of what he was getting into. And I want to thank the staff of Oxnard City for presenting that. The gentleman was very jazzed to get that much of a heads up from the city staff, just coming into something versus signing up, getting appointed, and throw you to the wolves. He has an idea of what he's getting into, and it's not the wolves. It's not the wolves, but I'm very grateful to staff, and I want to thank them.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilman Basua. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is the Human Resource Department. This is the amendment to the city manager and city attorney employment agreement. And the recommendation is the City Council, number 1, adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the mayor to execute the second amendment to the employment agreement number A8087 between the city and the city manager, Alexander Nguyen, and 1, to provide a salary increase of 12%, $34,200, and 2, to extend the term of the contract by 5 years to July 8th, 2029, with no built-in raises for the extension. And number 2, to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the mayor to execute the third amendment to the employment agreement number A7880 between the city and the city attorney, Stephen Fisher, to provide a salary increase of 10% of $24,853, and 2, to extend the term of the contract 4 years to July 8th, 2027, subject to the base salary increase for executive employees established by the City Council resolution, and 3, to modify the severance upon termination from 6 months, a 6-month salary paid monthly with benefits up to 9 months salary paid in a lump sum, and 3, to adopt a resolution that the City Council of the City of Oxnard amending resolution number 15594, authorizing the approval and classification and salary schedules pursuant to Chapter 4 of the City Personnel Rules and Regs. And of course, we have some speakers on this item before we take some testimony. So the first speaker that we have on this item is Mr. Larry Stein.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council staff, and the general public. We have I've had several issues with the city attorney and city manager and the way they perform their duties. In particular, Prop 218. Right now, it seems to me Prop 218 is not being followed by the city manager and the city attorney. We have ratepayers paying for water, subsidizing water for another group of ratepayers. This has been going on for years. The city manager still says it's okay for 40,000 people to pay $14 million a year to subsidize a handful of agricultural users. Again, this is a clear violation of law, but we seem to sweep it under the floor. We have specific plans that's supposed to be fully mitigated, but they haven't been. not only do we have problems at sports at the Northeast Community Civic Plan, we have problems at Seabridge. We have a number of community specific plans that have not been fully mitigated. Who is responsible for fully mitigating the specific plans? Why the city mayor and the city attorney and the city manager. They are ultimately responsible for the completion of the mitigations of specific plans. They've not been done. I'm somewhat disappointed with that. Again, we have problems with the Brown Act being violated. We have numerous council members who talk among themselves in the course of a meeting, and they're not being admonished by the city attorney. And there should be admonishments because city council members are not supposed to be talking among themselves in the course of a public meeting. That's a clear violation of the Brown Act, and the city attorney condones this action, even though it's illegal. I have a number of public record requests outstanding, and the city does not comply completely with the city does not comply with the Public Records Act numerous times. The city council members have gone emails that I've sent out to you in the last month and a half. And I inform you that the Brown Act, that the
40
Public Records Act
seconds.
is not being complied with. So I ask that the city council admonish both the city manager and the city attorney to make sure the city follows the law. We had a city attorney that allowed the 700 people not to be paid the Social Security tax for over 15 years. Again, this was an action by the city attorney's office a number of years ago. Again, we had 700 people not being paid their Social Security taxes for over 15 years. These are the actions of the city attorney back then. We're seeing similar actions that the labor laws may not being followed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pat Brown.
I want the mayor to stay. I've been here since the fall of
You
1993.
mean the city manager? I got a couple more years, but he can.
I hope so, because I think that we are just getting to the point where we've got things pretty well figured out. And we're all on a similar page, or we understand each other page. I'm just tired of people coming and going when if they're doing well, why would we want to let them go? Why would we want to let them go when things are going right? It doesn't make any sense to me. Just block this whole thing out as if the question wasn't there. Just block it out. The question is not there. We are not there. We are becoming successful, and we have grown a lot in the last couple of years, and we need to continue on just as we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Lindholm.
Okay.
Ms. Lindholm?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about the false start earlier. Nancy Lindholm, CEO of the West Ventura County Business Alliance. I would just want to call in and offer a few words of support for our city manager, Alex Nguyen. I have really, really enjoyed working with him. He is an excellent problem solver, which I know he gets his fair share plus of problems. He seeks out projects and programs to benefit Oxnard's residents as well as its businesses. He's brought stability in the city manager's office and many of the departments as well. Under his tenure and leadership, he's brought financial stability to the city of Oxnard, which is not seen for decades, as you all know from budget cycles. I just wanted to offer that I support the extension of his contract term and look forward to working with him in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Our next speaker is Emmanuel Herrera.
It should be the last number. There you go.
Okay. Right there.
That should be him.
Hello.
Go ahead, Manny.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Zaragoza, members of the council, my name is Emmanuel Herrera. I am the creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. However, I'm here representing myself. When I first saw that the city council was considering a 12% raise for the city manager, I did a double take. 12% seems awfully high. Then I did the math and I looked at his accomplishments to see if this raise was justified. If you remember 4 years ago at our city manager's first city council meeting, I protested the extra perks he was given while the city was facing an $8 million deficit. I literally asked the city manager in front of everyone to voluntarily give the money back for these perks. Well, he didn't do it. And then I said to him, I hope you turn out to be as good of a city manager as the city council members say you will be. And if you also remember, I publicly battled with him when he tried to shut down the Performing Arts Center, La Colonia Library, etc. Well, fast forward 4 years and things have definitely changed, including my perception of Mr. Nguyen. The city you see today is not the city he inherited. Our streets and alleys are getting paved, our budget is balanced, our parks are getting a facelift, and our city is starting to look like the city that we can all be proud of. Although there is still much work to be done, I must admit that our city manager has done an excellent job. He even voluntarily gave himself a $25,000 pay cut when our city was facing tough times. What other city manager has ever done that? He could very easily pat himself in the back and use his success to ask for not only a pay raise, but also be paid back the $25,000, maybe even ask for a signing bonus and future raises, but he didn't. Instead, he just asked for what comes out to be a 3% raise over the last 4 years with no built-in raises for the next 5 years. Wow, we definitely got ourselves one hell of a deal. Even with this raise, he still isn't the highest paid city manager in Ventura County. That title goes to the city manager of Thousand Oaks, which has a population half the size of Oxnard. I have always said that if a city is financially healthy, then by all means, they should be able to offer its executives a fair and comparable salary. Needless to say, I am in agreement with this raise, and yes, the city council was right. Mr. Nguyen did turn out to be the city manager we've all been waiting for. P.S. I'm glad Mr. Nguyen didn't go overboard by asking for a gym membership. Otherwise, I would have been a hard no. But anyways, all joking aside, he's done a great job. Totally support this. Looking forward to the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
It looks like we have one more hand up.
Okay.
Caller with number ending in 0377.
How are you? That was just there this afternoon. I just like to tell Alex Nguyen. We all know where this platform started, and your request today is pretty unlegitimate when it comes down to taxpayers' money. But we all deserve a know. Peter Godinez and his platform has been pretty good to you. Manuel, is the truth. I'm not writing this as a script. I'm letting everybody know in this council, even Chief Jason Benitez, you have to understand, God has been good to all of us. Rose Chaparro, Officer MacArthur, your attitudes, platforms, mental health. God has been good to us. We all have to understand that when we ask for taxpayers for their approval, when it comes down to raises, we really have to do our job. You have to understand that, Alex, in the end, you have to write a thank you letter to every person behind this platform that helped you bring the city along. I think that you deserve to maybe do some type of donation to a nonprofit, maybe the homeless community. Dedicate yourself a little bit to it. Know what it is really to like to suffer and truly know what it's like to really walk the streets and really knows what it is to win a vote. You have to understand opportunity comes a long ways. Never once have I walked in your office and say you're a bad man, but you choose to neglect certain people and choose to run with certain issues. You got nervous when I sat there and went in there. I understand that. But the fact is, your conscience speaks. Your conscience spoke tonight. Emmanuel Herrera knows that that script was written by somebody else in your office. But you have to understand, God has been good to you. I support you on this just because you really took the step to really make change, work with the city attorneys, and really do what's right. You really put Gabe's Turan and reputation at risk. You owe him a big thank you, and the Democratic Party and the Republican caucus. Because if it wasn't for us and them, you wouldn't be having this opportunity for another 5 years. I hope you understand that, and God bless.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
No additional speakers, Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to make some comments here. First of all, Mr. City Attorney, I'm going to ask a question. Can we vote on all three items at one time if we make a motion?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so I'd like to make some comments there to start off with, because I'm going to make some comments on both the city manager and also the city attorney. And I'm going back, and I know that I've been with the city council maybe just a couple of years, but I just want to remind all of us that just a couple of years, the city of Oxnard had negative budgets. You know, we had a tremendous amount of concerns with money. We were laying off employees. We had a lot of deferred projects, the infrastructure such as streets, parks, mediums, and all this were really, really behind. So we had major problems here in the city of Oxnard. But however, and this is going to be really general information, consequently, our residents were thoughtful enough to pass Measure E. And Measure E was something that Mr. Nguyen brought before the city council and the voters. So consequently, you know, I believe that Mr. Nguyen, by bringing the Measure E to the board, to the city council, and to our residents, and having that pass really, really helped the city of Oxnard come above water. And consequently, I believe that Mr. Nguyen, to me, raised a commendable rating. And I'm going to share a couple more words because of that. Mr. Nguyen has really stabilized the executive ranks of the directors of the city of Oxnard. He's provided leadership to the executives, to the managers, and holds them accountable for their budgets, for implementation of their work, and for staff performances, and also to attain the service that we all want, and also we want the entire force to follow. Additionally, he's now preparing senior and junior managers for promotions to get them ready to fulfill higher roles successfully. Succession planning, which I think is important. The city manager has helped the city council during city council meetings, deciphering complex items between the city council and the public, which is really important. He continues to work with the West Ventura County Business Alliance, Oxnard College, in collaboration with employee pipeline to help prepare our youth for better paying jobs. The city manager also attends numerous neighborhood councils meetings to advocate for the neighborhood concerns, which many of the city managers did not do. The city manager is also very involved in representing the city in various interactions between the county, the state, and the feds. And of course, he continues to work with the media to make sure that people understand the impacts on the community. And also, of course, government transparency, which I think is extremely important. The city manager was instrumental in recommending Measure E, which really helped the city council and the city of Oxnard financially, and also establishing a 5-year priority, a plan, that we should follow to clean up our parks, to maintain our mediums, to fix our streets, to fix our alleys that had major deferment at the time. Building the aquatic center in South Oxnard, working with Oxnard individuals is extremely important. Looking at the arts for South Oxnard, looking at our seniors, coming out with a 3-year restoration budget that we're now in our second year, which is really working great. The city manager has also come up with some new ideas. For example, Measure E was one of the most biggest, and I just mentioned that before, the biggest items that he brought in. Working with Amazon to make sure that we hired our city residents. 60% of the city residents are working because of working with Amazon. The city manager continues to learn and expand and give new ideas to the city and to the city council. And also, he's also completing the executive team. He's rebuilding again and working on that, which is really, really important. And you can see it, with our assistants and our deputies and and our public works director and other directors which are doing a good job. He also is again continue to work on goals, and we're not perfect, which is I think important to minimize mistakes and also enforce or unenforce or work with errors that we continue to have, and to make sure that we take care of those errors and mistakes, but we're not perfect. And again, continue to work with our priorities and goals that is looking for, and some of the things that we worked on when we talked about that. He's going to launch the employee pipeline and continue to work on that. Also work with the Oxnard Arts Academy in 22-23. Work with the UCLA CRS to begin to have the research in this coming year, which is really important to work with the UCLA. And also convince some big companies in Oxnard to fund programs at Oxnard College that are similar to the Haas Automation that program that he has with Ventura College. And also, again, this should hopefully start in 2023. Also work with Clinicas. Clinicas is really important, a good partner with us to train individuals to become well-educated nurses and doctors and to help the community. So, and again, he always welcomes city council feedback. Some of the things that he's asked, he has not had a raise for 4 years. I mean, that's really, I've worked with other managers and believe it, they, regardless of the pandemics, they get raises. The city manager gave away, as I mentioned before, $25,000 in the height of the COVID. $25,000 that he could have used. He's well-deserved the merit increases that he's going to get. And also the city manager is one of the lowest city managers in cities our size here in California. Also, one of the things that is really important that the city council in recommending this was 100%, 100% in the recommendations. And also that he continues to make sure that our community and organization is well and also stable. And he continues to provide focus and implementation on our priorities that we put together and looking for the future. And also, he's not asking for any built-in extensions for the future. So I really his performance is commendable, and I really mean that. On the city attorney, I think our city attorney, Mr. Fisher, has done an excellent job. He continues to work with the city manager regarding the non-agenda items that may run too long from a council member's comments. He also works with meetings with persons that challenged us by disruptive members that come to the city council and disrupt city councils to some degree. He also works and meets with other individuals to make sure the city councils are running, meetings are running properly. It's good to hear that the city attorney now has established a deputy city attorney to help him with legal work. He also believes that management, let me back up, that our closed sessions and management has improved tremendously. The city attorney continues to maintain confidential items regarding matters that are discussed with the mayor, with the city council, and other city staff. So I believe that our city manager is our city attorney is doing an excellent job for the community. So I also believe that he's doing excellent work for our city. So council members, that's all I have at this time, and I do support, this both recommendations. Councilman Perrella.
Thank you, Mayor. You've said a lot, and one of the public speakers criticized another public speaker, claiming that somebody else wrote a letter. I don't know if that's a fact or not, but if you don't make notes, it's very difficult to remember what has been done. And I'm not the sharpest tack in the box, but I'm not the dumbest one either. And as times have gone by and you remember and you go, oh yeah, that's right, that happened, this happened, that happened. The mayor has said a lot of things that have happened. But what I remember most is being on this council before Mr. Nguyen arrived. And I remember going into closed sessions, and those closed session meetings were not screaming and yelling, they were fear on my part. What is going to happen to the city? There are a few elected officials that are still here that were there, Councilman Madrigal, Councilmember McDonald. There are some staff that was still here. Where we've come from there, the people, the turnover that's been, some people, in my opinion, and I'm not in the position to hire and fire anybody, only a city manager and a city attorney do I have 1/7 of a vote on those people. But I believe that the changes that have been made have been tremendous. He's brought in people that I consider superstars. One of them was Kevin Riper and the things that he was able to do in the finance department. And as typical in any superstars, just watch the New York Yankees bid for high quality players. They get an offer, an old line from The Godfather, you can't refuse. He's now leading the city of Long Beach in the finance department. He did a heck of a job for this city. I don't know how Mr. Nguyen got him here, but he did. He's gotten other excellent people here. He's been able to keep people that have been very good and given an opportunity to grow, sort of like give them the reins instead of just keeping them in blinders and keeping them under the whip. You give them an opportunity to grow, make mistakes, learn, and benefit themselves and ourselves. I just like to go through a couple of the things the mayor said, and whoever made the comment about a letter. I haven't shared anything with the mayor, but I'm just going to bring up some highlights that I think need to be remembered. I support both of these items. The city manager introduced something called a sunset ordinance. At one time, you were only given so many days to review the staff reports. And if it was on a Friday that the city was closed, there was no one to ask questions. That made a big deal, but it happened at the beginning and you kind of forget about it. Establishing the council committees. When that started, there was a lot of resentment about it. But one of the things that has happened, there's been very good discussions. The people that were here from the Mysteko, I hope that they watch some of the Public Works Committee meetings and they listen to some of the council meetings when it talks about water. It sounds like they're very interested, and I hope that they at least take some of the information our city trained, well regarded staff comes up with and they copy. There's nothing wrong with copying. It's the highest form of flattery. Something's good, copy it. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Along with those council committees, there were CAGs, Citizens Advisory Committees, and he instituted, if you're going to have a CAG, each council member gets the CAG appointee from his district. It's a good idea. I supported districts when it was first broached by myself. Councilman Madrigal supported it, but the council didn't go that way until the council got sued. I think they have been better for our city. There are bumps and potholes along the way, but I think it's better for our city. Negotiating, recently, negotiating the contracts without having to hire private legal. We've been able to learn as we go along, at least this council member, how this process works. And I think it's been a better process. And it has helped the staff that's been involved, in my opinion, get better. You want to get better. You become stagnant, you get sloppy. And when you get sloppy, you make mistakes. And running the city of Oxnard, that has been a history in the past. We can't afford it anymore. We're not out of the woods yet, but we're a long way out of the woods. The fundamental changes with the golf course, big deal, big deal. We're going to have a presentation coming up where we stand and what we've made. There are people that will never believe the information given them, no matter how many private meetings they have with finance staff, no matter how many private meetings they have with council members, no matter how many times they come to public comment. They will not get it. The changes in the PAC that were done because of the bleeding and what was going on with the PAC. Those were tremendously awkward meetings. We've had much more awkward since, but on a different issue. But it was to the benefit of this city. The Standard & Poor's, the rating of our bonds. I recall being taken to task by a previous city manager, Mr. Nyhoff, who bailed out on this city the second day of the fire with a message to the council members, quote, Honorable Mayor and Council, the city of Vallejo was offering me a job this evening. I intend to take it. Greg Nyhoff. That's how he quit your city. I was asking questions at that time about the bond ratings, and I was being challenged that I was going to take that information and take advantage of it financially. And there was a very heated discussion with the former mayor, myself, and city attorney Roselle with Mr. Nyhoff. I wanted that discussion carried into closed session, but the council Lord Wade didn't want to hear it. That happened. The CAFRAs and what's happened with the CAFRAs and where we are now with the auditors. It used to be, being I sat on the finance committee at the previous time with council member Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, there were a lot of people that asked a lot of good questions and we didn't get straight answers. Asking questions about getting an answer in plain English got me a harassment charge. Negotiating agreements with Janon for $25 million to help remediate it. I can tell you, this council member, I had no idea of a subject like that. I had no idea of a brilliant status. I don't recall any current or past council members or past city managers or staff coming up with that. The guy sitting right there came up with that. I didn't think it would work. By God, it worked. And we're lucky it did. Selling the underground credits for Edison. That's one I was like, what? I forget. What was that? You look at your notes and you go, what the hell was that? And it's like, we got $1.7 million from something that we were going to potentially lose. We didn't even know about it. Our staff may have known about it. They brought it to his attention. Whoever did, thank you for doing it. And thank you, city manager, for pushing it. We saved $1.7 million. I don't think there's any resident in Oxnard that would walk past $1.7 million if it was laying on the street. Our city manager got it for the city. Amazon. We've received a lot of flack from unions, and I believe in unions, and I was a United, I was a postal carrier union member, proud of it. Thank you. And I can't even remember what it was. But the deal about Amazon, we got a lot of flack from the unions. But one thing we need to understand, they told us goodbye. They basically kissed us off. And he was able to entice them to come back and at least talk to us. And it was a development between a private property owner and a private company. The city can't cram what the rules of the road will be down their throat. And city attorney, correct me if I'm wrong on that. With respect to that Amazon, this city manager pushed that we give the opportunity for residents in our city to get the first shot at those jobs. And again, I didn't get what he was getting at, and he explained it in plain English. If we can get people to get jobs working for companies like that provide health benefits, those same people may be able to take their kid to the doctor. They may be able to avoid having to get a second job just to put food on the table. It may not be the top of the mark job, but it may give them a foothold for their families and themselves to step up in the socioeconomic situation in this city. He introduced Measure E. That was him. That was his idea. And I can tell you I did a little bit to support it by talking. He busted his butt to get that message out there. And to the credit of the residents that voted, they saw the need for that. And they saw that the city was making progress, so they trusted us with it. That's a big deal. Trust is earned. You don't give it. In a district that I represent, he's helped come up with a different idea for the seawall restoration. This has been an ongoing issue for a long time because past, not pointing fingers, but past decisions were made and there was never an idea of how do we fix it after it falls apart. You buy something new, you're a baby, you get good teeth, you get older, the teeth go to pot, you get to the dentist, you got this, but somebody's got to fix it and somebody's got to pay for it. Those are his ideas. Our streets, alleys, trees has been mentioned. It's a lot better. We still have people, particular people that can call up, email, and zing us about specific streets. I wonder where they were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 4 years ago. And they can't see that the streets and the medians are better. And this guy's got other ideas. But I told him one of the things that I was going to mention tonight, I'm going to mention that he got an electric paper towel dispenser on the 4th floor. And I'm like, why did we do that? And one of the issues is because of COVID and the spreading of COVID. You think about it, ladies and gentlemen, you wash your hands, you're not supposed to touch nothing. The electric paper dispenser, I don't know if it made a difference, but we've had COVID go through our city and impact our staff. Even the city manager got it. I'm grateful. I am really grateful. I think the guy deserves more money than he's getting. Truth being told, he's making less money than he was offered when the job was first let out. But I'm grateful we gave him a 5-year extension on the contract because we need this guy around. And the ideas that he's had, one of them, big one now, working with Oxnard Community College to help the residents in this city get better prepared for better jobs in their future. When we have employers coming to our city saying, I have trouble hiring in your area, they're not qualified, we need to do something. I'm not saying that it's not the college district's responsibility, but there will come an issue of push comes to shove. And I want to be on the same team as this guy, Mr. Newen, because he's been a doer. He's not a talker. And I can only tell you of my past experience with people that manage the city, night and day. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to reiterate all the good things that have been said, but I agree with all of them. But, in the few years I've been on this earth, you see people that fall into two basic categories, either talking the talk or walking the walk. And then there's those rare people that can do both. And talking the talk is easy. I think a lot of people see that. Walking the walk is not always so easy. And I remember talking to Mr. Newen last year when he deferred $25,000 out of his salary. And I asked him why. And his response was simple. He says, I'm talking to the labor teams about deferring some pay raises, making some concessions while we get through this financial problem. And in good faith, I can't ask that of them without doing the same thing. And so that was his his gift or whatever you want to call it to the city of. And to me, that's walking the walk. It's one thing to ask, it's one thing to talk, but it's another thing to perform. On Mr. Fisher's side, council for probably more than 1 year or 2 years have said, we would like to see more stuff come in-house and not be dependent on outside counsel and have a much more robust legal representation internally. Mr. Fisher has done that. And again, it's walking the walk. It's easy to sit down and put stuff on paper and say, I'm going to do this, that, the other thing. And I don't want to disparage any particular groups of people, but there are some people that don't have very good reputations in terms of jobs because they will tell you anything you want to hear. But when it comes down to delivery, that doesn't always happen. Well, I think we have two excellent employees here in that they can both talk the talk and they can walk the walk to back it up. So I think these are well-deserved contracts. And this is the first year that I can remember where I have not gotten a single letter, phone call, or complaint saying you're paying these folks too much. Just didn't happen. Most of the letters I got were saying, are you guys crazy? You're not paying them enough. You need to keep them around. They're beneficial. We like these people. And I haven't seen that happen in a long, long time. And I'm fairly new to the city. I've only been here since 1974. So, but I have been around the block a couple times. And I've never had an experience like this. And I was pleased to be the negotiator on the city side to work with both these employees. And it was very reasonable and personable and excellent. I think the city got a fantastic deal. I think we have two fantastic employees that council is in charge of. So thank you, gentlemen, for everything you do. Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you for your assistance too, Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I also won't repeat too much of what's already been said. I do want to thank Mr. Fisher for his service to the city and the amount of work that he does, and now the number of staff he oversees within the city attorney's office is absolutely commendable. The work he's done and having talent brought on board within the city attorney's office to bring more work in-house is absolutely the right move. And I appreciate his work for that. And I look forward to what he continues to do if we move forward with this item tonight. For the city manager, just a couple of points that Councilmember Perello had brought up that I want to reiterate because they're very important points. When Mr. Nguyen arrived, what he inherited was a city that was absolutely in turmoil and a $9.2 million structural deficit. That really took some incredibly difficult decisions that the council at the time had to make. And knowing that that was not going to be a popular move, but it was a move that had to be presented as an option in order to keep the city viable, was the move that was made. And here we are today. That being said, the Sunshine Ordinance, for anyone who tries to convey this narrative that the city manager is not transparent or he's hiding things or he's moving things around. Well, the Sunshine Ordinance, as Councilor Perello mentioned, by state law, we have to release our agendas and staff items 72 hours prior to the meeting. And we were meeting that law. However, as was mentioned, those would come out Thursdays. And if Friday, the following Friday the city was closed or was a holiday, well, sorry, you don't have the info. Now it's 12 days, 72 hours to now 12 days local ordinance. That is a huge difference and an increase in transparency for what your local government is doing and how you have access to that information. As was already stated, there's Measure E. And Measure E, I would like to point out the landscaping, all of the tree trimming, all of the returning of the landscaping maintenance to our parks and our medians. That's because of Measure E and the work that Mr. Nguyen put in place. And our city council and our voters all saw what was needed and make that leap at the ballot box to trust their local government to be able to do that. And just tonight, the slides you saw with that paving of the alley and soon to come some roads like Gonzalez Road and Doris Avenue are because of Measure E. We wouldn't be able to do that, most likely, had that not happened. The last thing I want to bring up is something that also predates my time on council, but is something that Mr. Nguyen brought forward and the council placed on the ballot, and that's Measure B, which was in the 2020 primary election that the voters approved in the 80% range. 8 out of every 10 voters said this is something we should do. And it was called the Government Accountability and Ethics Act. And it does a number of things. Number one, it prohibits council members, mayor, and commissioners from accepting gifts from lobbyists and contractors. Right off the bat, no gifts. Then it requires monthly posting of the city's financial reports. It changed term limits, or added term limits. So the mayor went from 2 years to 4 years for their election cycle, but now term limits are 3 consecutive terms, and then the elected official will term out, or the city council member and the mayor. One thing that I truly thought was the big one, and again, this is before my time on council, but one thing that certainly caught my attention was the campaign contribution limits that were put in place by this act, by this ballot measure. And my personal opinion, I think that money in politics is a very difficult thing to unwind. I wish that we could do it easier. In fact, when this was put forward, I emailed as a public comment to the city council and the city manager my thoughts on it. I thought it wasn't strict enough. And I had asked that there be also a limit to the amount of spending that could happen per campaign. And the city manager actually responded to my email and gave me his reasoning for why that wasn't put in place, which I appreciate. It was rare that I would get responses from city manager when I would email things in the past. But in essence, the idea was to rein in the amount of money in local politics that was happening here at the city level. And I mean, we had one city council candidate who wasn't elected, but had, I think, about $50,000 for a district election, more than the two opponents combined. I also want to point out that a particular former candidate disagreed with limiting the amount of money in politics and decided to sue the city, saying, no, we shouldn't have contribution limits. I disagree with that, but that's where we are.
This one, L3.
All that to say that these items I gave as examples are really showing that Mr. Nguyen's working towards a more transparent local government and working towards changing what has happened in the past. And I support those efforts, and I'm glad to be here to be able to be part of that work as well. And those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? One additional comment. Go ahead.
Mr. Fisher, I apologize. I didn't get around to you. Mr. Fisher, I'm very happy over the time that we've worked together. There have been times when I've been criticized. I criticized you, and we've had meetings. You have, in my opinion, you've grown. You have, if a member of the public has an opportunity to meet the city attorney in his office, you will see he is buried in work. And a lot of these things, just because of the city of Oxnard, is open to being sued by people. But there are specific groups of people, individuals that like to paper our city with lawsuits, costing us tremendous amounts of money. There's always somebody better that could be the city attorney, always somebody better that could be the council member. There's always somebody better. The city attorney that we have now has historical knowledge. I believe he's doing a good job. He's got some real stars in his staff, and we have to do everything we can to keep those stars in his staff. But the ability to expand that staff with the support of council and the city management and the residents, the Measure E, is helping the city a lot. And I support and I'm grateful that we're going to extend your contract. And I apologize, I didn't cover that the first time. I got it.
Is it M4?
Thank you.
Ashley. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Any, Councilman Lopez?
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate both you and Councilmember Perello running through a lot of the accomplishments that the city has seen through the leadership of City Manager Alex Nguyen and working very collaboratively with the council in making the necessary changes, facing the challenges before the city and before our city administration to ensure that our residents' needs are being met and that improvements are being made. And so I thank you for running through those summaries at the beginning. I think you set the stage for this discussion, and appreciate the work of both our city manager and our city attorney in helping our council and helping our city succeed. And as a reminder that these are the two employees that as a city council, we have this ability to hire, to evaluate, and appreciate your work. Thank you both.
Thank you. Mysteko?
Well,
Mysteko?
I wouldn't want to make his head any bigger, but so I'm going to keep it really short. One thing that I admire about Mr. Nguyen is his ability to come to the general public and admit when something was done wrong. And to me, that speaks volumes, because it's not every day that we can work with an individual that says, you know what? Yeah, we kind of didn't do the right thing, but we're going to come back and we're going to fix it. So to me, that speaks about volumes about his character. So, and to our wonderful city attorney, thank you for continuing to, make the city function and keep our city manager in check. You have a lot to do with that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Madrigal?
No comment. I think this is probably ran 30 minutes too long, so I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Well,
he doesn't want their hats not to fit anymore. So
okay, so I would like personally to make a motion on this items 1, 2, and 3. Second by Mayor Pro Tem. So first by Zaragoza, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. City Manager, and also Mr. City Attorney. Would you like to share anything at this time?
Yes, I think it'd be appropriate to say thank you for about 30 minutes. So first thing I want to say is, I did all of this by myself. That's a joke.
Don't make stand-up comedy your first.
Staff is paying attention, by the way.
Yeah, that's why I said that. Obviously, when I did arrive in mid-2018, there were a lot of challenges, and there remain a lot of challenges for this organization and for this community. But it's those challenges that, as a city manager, I just love all these challenges. Many are quite annoying, many are quite challenging, but most are interesting and going forward. And I'm happy to make this long-term commitment because I want to focus on those challenges that would be most meaningful for the broad community of Oxnard. So I really look forward to working on those challenges in the future. Obviously, having a tremendous group of professionals around you makes a difference. The two professional women sitting across from me right now, Ms. Golden and Ms. Klima, I couldn't do without them. I could do without them bugging me as well, but I couldn't do this job without them and the rest of the executive management team. And yes, the city attorney keeps me in check, and I respect that. While that is also occasionally annoying, but I do respect that and expect him to put me in check each time it's necessary. And then finally, to the city council, it's fantastic to work with all of you and to do our best to implement your policies and work together and challenge each other about how the course of the future of this community, while we're all here in this time, while we're all the ones who make the recommendations and make the decisions up there on the dais, I think the near future for Oxnard is really bright and exciting. So thank you very much.
And Mr. City Manager, I want to share something too, that we have 1,400 employees that are backing you up, making us look good. So I want to thank all those 1,400 employees that, we have a general and we have an army, and the army's got to be as good as a general.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney.
I'll keep it very short, but thank you for your continued support for me, and thank you for the resources to the city attorney's office so we can keep on improving the legal services we provide to the city.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is the consent item, and this is a review of the consent item. Do we have any public speakers on the consent, Madam Clerk?
We do not have any speakers at this time.
Okay, council members, we have items 1 through 9. What is the pleasure of the board? What item? 5, item 5. Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Perella.
Sorry, thank you. On this particular item, with respect to what this does, why is this important for the city of Oxnard, and what does this mean for the city of Oxnard? And if the city of Oxnard moves forward with this, when can we start seeing some results from if this is passed?
Good evening,
Thank you.
everyone. I'm Helen Miller, the CIO. This is a application for a grant from the Department of Homeland Security that will be administered by FEMA. And it's a cybersecurity grant that was derived out of the Infrastructure and Information Jobs Act that was passed in November 2021. It dedicates $1 billion worth of funding for cybersecurity to local government entities. And as a local government entity, this is extremely important for us. One thing, it shows that the federal government is interested and has noticed the impact on local governments with cybersecurity incidents and the increase over time. A recent study that was done by a large-scale vendor shows that cybersecurity incidents between 2020 and 2021 increased over 900% for local governments with ransomware attacks and many events. And I know the city has undergone an attack in the past. This is really an effort that I hope the federal government will continue, because for cities like us, it makes a huge difference addressing the people, process, and technologies that we need to protect our city and support our need to mitigate these broad, expansive, and ever-growing complexity in attacks, the creativeness of cyber criminals. So that's why the money is important to us. We're asking for $500,000 over the 4-year grant period, for which there are matches, 10% in the first year. There'll be a lot of competition for these grants. California is awarded $40 million. And overall, if we were to give every government entity that asked for one, we'd only get about $11,000. That's not how they're going to be distributing them yet. We do not have the information. It's still a bit in flux. How those grants happen is it's at the state level. That federal funding will be sent to the states based on every state developing their own unique cybersecurity plan with focus. And then once our state develops that plan, they will open it up to applicants to meet that criteria. And I am confident that the city is in a position to respond to that grant. And I fully expect, even with competition, that we would be awarded some funding.
So Helen, we got to be ready, is what you're saying.
And we're doing this to have permission to approval to apply, because once the funds are distributed from the federal government to the state has 45 days to distribute it to local entities. So I expect the turnaround time to be very quick. And there's a lot of noise on the internet around people speculating as to when this might happen. And no one knows. It's going to appear, and people need to respond fast. So we want to be first in line.
Ms. Miller, one follow-up. You did give a number and it sounded like too big to believe. What is the percentage of increase in cyber attacks on local government?
It was over 900% according to this study.
900%.
In a year.
In a year.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this information.
Thank you. So, okay, so we have items 1 through 9. We need a motion to, excuse me, Councilor Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just real quickly for item K4.
Item 4, go ahead.
Yes.
Mhm.
I just wanted to thank Commander Whitney for his 27 years of service.
Oh, great.
I know that employees get the option of doing the ceremonial item versus the info consent agenda. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank him.
And thank you for bringing that up. It's important. We come in. Okay, so we need a motion.
Move info consent.
Okay,
Second.
first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilwoman Lopez. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, and also council members, I know that Commissioner Andrade needs to leave because he's got to help his wife take care of some business. And therefore we have report M4, and I'm going to read this at this time, and so we can go ahead and hopefully take care of this. M4 is the city manager department. This is a reconsideration of the successor agency and Oxnard Housing Authority properties in the Mita area. And the recommendation is that the Board of Commissioners of the Housing Authority of the City of Oxnard uphold their October 5th, 2021 decision to enter into the purchase and sale agreement with Oxnard Community Development Commission successor agency for the property located at 6th and 7th Street, adjacent to Mita Street, APN 2010213-140 and 20-027203 and 2010272-020 and APA number 2010213 and -1130. And number 2, that the Oxnard Community Development Commission successor agency uphold the October 5th, 2021 decision to enter into the purchase and sale agreement with the Oxnard Housing Authority and City of Oxnard for property located on 6th and 7th Street adjacent to Mita Street, APN number 20-0213-40, and APN number 20-0272-030, and APN number 20-0272-02, and APN number 20-021313-13. And if October 5th, 2021 decision is not upheld, provide direction to staff to return to the committee to consider the parcels as either exempt surplus exempt surplus land subject to the agency uses and transfer ownership to the city of Oxnard in exchange for the price identified on the long-range property management plan. Or 2B, surplus land subject to future affordable housing construction through the community development, housing and community development, and or provide direction to staff to return to the committee to consider to the successor agency owned properties APN numbers 201-0272-70 and APN number 201-0272-00 as either 1A exempt surplus land subject to the agency's use and transfer ownership to the city of Oxnard in exchange for price identified on the long-range property management plan. And B, surplus land subject to future affordable housing construction through the California of Housing Community Development. And again, this was viewed on Measure M as a pre-recorded presentation. And do we have Ashley Golden give us additional information if required?
We have staff here prepared. So if I can just start by actually acknowledging Councilwoman Basua, because this is one of those issues where we got it wrong the first time around, which is why we're back. And I believe in the staff report, there are a couple of paragraphs where we clarify that we didn't provide the complete and or correct information. So we're bringing this back. And of course, there's the staff report in the video. I do have a recommendation for a portion of this, but we want to hear what the council, what questions you may have first.
Excuse me, any questions, Councilman Tehran?
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, this is a perfect example of something had a technical issue and they brought it back. They could have simply just let it go, but they did not. And I appreciate that. My question is regarding part of the conversation that had to do with two parcels that were identified as possibly being unfit for housing development. And then conversation that happened that evening around using open space or allowing for open space for parkland. And I suspect that may be part of the discussion we're going to have anyways, but I wanted to bring that up as well and see what are the possibilities behind that? What can we do for that?
Okay. Are we okay then, Ashley?
Yes, I mean, that is part of the recommendation to be able to do that under the recommendation 2.3 to use those other parcels for open space and park.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board? Recommend first by Basua.
Can we clarify the recommendation?
So there's two aspects to the recommendation. And in both cases, we gave incorrect and incomplete information on those. So we do want to make sure that the action that was before you back in October was specific to the larger parcels that we intended to sell to the Oxnard Housing Authority. And during that evening, we didn't give you the option to simply declare those exempt surplus and also use those potentially for parks. We want the first recommendation before you is to actually uphold your decision back in October to continue with that sale to the Oxnard Housing Authority to use those for affordable housing. The second item before you relates to two parcels that were not part of that agenda item, yet a question was asked. And that evening, we also told you that you needed to just surplus those rather than the difference tonight that we're bringing forward. And that clarity is that you could go through the process to declare those exempt surplus, which then would give you the option to develop those for the open space parks requirement, which your Parks and Rec Commission has also recommended. And in doing that, we would recommend that we go back to back to the committee to work out all those details. The specific item before you is recommending that we would go back under exempt surplus for the price identified in the long-range property management plan. But what we would actually ask for is that we discuss that further at the committee, because you do have options. Another item on your agenda this evening, you'll see that they're actually selling a similar parcel for $1. So there's a range of options that you can go there. But do want to clarify, we are looking for you to uphold your recommendation to move forward with development of affordable housing separately. Consider sending this back to the committee for exempt surplus.
So do we vote separately on each item? Or both of them separately?
Yes.
Yes, that would be the way to do this in a clear manner, since not only do you have multiple properties at issue, or two sets of properties at issue, but you're actually putting on different hats for some of the votes.
So the motion would be for option one. And second. Okay, question, go ahead.
Assistant City Manager, there was question by a council member about potentially piece of property that couldn't be used for something because there may have been some issues with the soils or something. Will that change with whatever action we're taking here?
I didn't hear that question or comment.
Yeah.
So if there was one about the contaminated, some type of soil issue, or what we talked about at the previous meeting was just not suitable for the Oxnard Housing Authority to want to develop it for housing because it didn't get to the density that they were looking for on those other parcels.
So Councilman Turan, you didn't mean some contamination issue or something like that?
That's correct. That's not what I meant, Councilmember.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We resolved my.
Mayor,
Go
I
ahead.
also have a clarifying question.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Golden, to clarify, it's going back to the council committee to discuss further, and then it will come back to council for the final.
For recommendation number 2, the other 2 parcels, we call them additional parcels in the staff report. For that would be the process. Yes, back to committee and then to council for final approvals.
So the motion.
I apologize. There are further steps, and it still has to go to the oversight board, Department of Finance, and HCD has a say in if that can be declared exempt surplus. So we're not the final say as a city council or successor agency.
So recommendation one is got a motion by Pasua, second by Oscar Madrigal. Please vote.
So just to be clear, so this is a motion to uphold the October 5th, 2021 decision and this is, so your motion, Councilwoman, is under recommendation number 1?
Right.
Okay. So this is the motion for the Board of Commissioners of the Housing Authority.
As a housing authority, so Mr. Andrade, yes or no on this? Okay, so please vote. And now the second.
Motion passes 8-0.
Read the second item.
Mr. Mayor, real quick before we go on that, can we ask the master of the air conditioner maybe to cool it up a little bit or lighten it up a little bit? When the full figured guy is cold, it's probably pretty cold up there.
So it is cold. So, okay, Michael's going to take care of it.
Thank you.
Okay. The second motion.
Okay, so just to clarify, that was a vote of 8-0 to uphold the Housing Authority decision of October 5th, 2021.
Right.
So now with that vote, your next motion, appropriate motion, would be to do the recommendation under item 2(1), which is upholding the successor agency October 5th, 2021 decision.
This is for the successor. Okay, do it. Motion, Councilman Basua, second by Councilman Madrigal. Please vote. And of course, is it ready?
Motion passes 8-0.
So that should not have had a vote by Commissioner Andrade, because that was a different body. That was the successor agency.
So he can cancel it?
So that would be 7-0.
Motion
7-0.
passes 7-0.
Okay, so we're good. One more.
Okay, so now we get to the item where there was room for discussion, which is 2(3), which is providing direction to staff to return to committee to consider 2 successor agency owned properties. And in your materials, those I believe were lots 4 and 5. And the choice here is to either go with an exempt surplus land status subject to the agency's use and transfer ownership to the city of Oxnard in exchange for the price identified in the long-range property management plan, or a surplus land designation subject to future affordable housing construction through the California Department of Housing and Community Development.
So
if I can jump in. So on that one, given the various the history and the various interests and the overlapping nuances within the Parks Master Plan, some of the information there is interpreted, can be interpreted as mildly conflicting, but independently sound in terms of that neighborhood is lacking in parkland, very sound. That overall the city should not be prioritizing new parks rather than prioritize fixing the existing parks, also very sound. There is some conflicts there, but independently both make sense. There's also for that neighborhood that they have a sizable Quimby balance.
5 points.
But they don't have a park yet to use it. So my recommendation is we send this back to committee to work out some details, but that the purpose and what we would send up to the state to approve is that we're going to exempt that for park use. And I would also recommend, because you have a similar item later, that and this your decision tonight is only to make it exempt for park.
Okay.
So let me, it's probably better if you vote on that first, then I can expand what my recommendation is.
Councilman Tron, you want to mention it, share a couple of comments first?
Yes, just for clarity for the public, Mr. Nguyen, can you just succinctly explain the difference between sub-item A and B? And then I'm willing to make the motion on that.
Okay.
No, I cannot, but good thing is Ms. Golden can.
Thank you.
So the exempt surplus is the option that we can then use it for a public purpose, such as a park. If you go under B, surplus land, that's more similar to the 54 parcels that you considered earlier this year, where it would go to the, we'd send the list to HCD and it would be open first for affordable housing development. And we would negotiate with affordable
we
housing.
can lose it that way, right? Okay.
Affordable housing developers. And if there's nothing there, then it just goes on the open market for any other use.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. And just very quickly, thinking back to the that evening in the conversation, and many our parks commissioners and members of the public, and conversations with the 5 Points neighborhood and the Parks Master Plan, the 5 Points neighborhood is deficient on open space, and there's not a whole lot of space that we can actually utilize to provide that for them. And I think based on that conversation that evening and subsequent conversations, I personally feel that it's the right thing to do, that if we have the opportunity here to provide them with some open space for more park space within there, no matter how little or how much we can, I think we should take advantage of that. For that reason, I would make the motion for sub-item A there for exempt surplus land.
Yeah, and they need that space. Yeah. Well, I'll second that. I'm sorry, Councilman Basu. Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, so.
Okay.
I understand, I believe I understand the rationale, but I do believe that these kinds of actions will come back to haunt the city when a neighborhood, which right now does not have parks area, because it used to be a Boys and Girls Club with Samuelson family owned it, and there was a park, and the city did something to build affordable housing on it. I remember that Miss Brown in the audience was one of the biggest advocates to keep the park. But if we are going to give something, and I think the words have been used today for some area to become park, even if it's not standard or smaller than expected, the neighborhood at one time in the future will come back and say, look, we got shortchanged. We didn't get the same as everybody else. That is my only concern with this. I can support it, but I do believe we're going to hear that in the future because some neighborhoods were able to keep property and maybe some neighborhoods, 5 Points specifically, had things forced upon them that the chair of the neighborhood argued against it, but she didn't carry the votes on the council. And the issue going forward, I believe that there will come an uprising in that neighborhood with more and more homes going into that neighborhood, affordable. Those people are going to want something. And, this may be the only postage stamp size parcel available, but I don't think it's going to satisfy the neighborhood in the future.
But I think, one of the things that I've heard too is they need that.
As I understand now, all we're doing is directing that this go back to committee
so they can
future discussion for both options. So we're not making a decision at this point, other
No?
than send it back to committee.
Go ahead.
Yes, so
Mr. City Manager. Clint.
So the recommendation is to send it back to committee for the details, but that it would be for a park. That's number one for park use. Two things, our housing department has evaluated those parcels and they don't work for the housing department to do affordable housing. Now, that doesn't mean a private person can't build one house there.
Yeah,
right? But that's not what we recommend. So
What
we
is it about?
recommend that you surplus exempt this specifically for park use. And to change the language, and I'm just going to recommend that we sell those parcels to the Quimby Fund for $1
Yes.
each. And then the Quimby Fund hopefully will then in the future be utilized as for its purpose to improve the park.
And Mr. City Manager, there's sufficient Quimby funds there. This lot is only about 6,000, 8,000 square feet in approximately.
They're relatively small lots and
right.
there's certainly sufficient Quimby funds at the purchase price I'm recommending.
Right. So we're going to first and a second, first by Tehran, second by Zaragoza. Please vote.
Okay, and again, this is successor agency, so Commissioner Andrade, you don't get to vote on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Motion passes 7-0.
So we have, let's go ahead.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, Ms. Golden mentioned this before. So this action is important to us, but it still has to go above us to the state agencies to review.
And that's what.
And there are a couple layers there now that they can reject this. So it may be kicked back, just so everyone's aware. We don't have the final say here.
And Mrs. Golden, we had one more item before we lose Andrade. Señor Andrade, una cosa más. Okay.
Yes, the public,
L1, that's a public hearing.
the public hearing
Is that
item.
okay? So that's our next item that, and I'm going to start the right L1.
Yes, that's correct. L1.
Okay. Okay. So this is in the public hearing, July 28th, 2022, City Council Successor Agency L1. And this is the time and place to say the public hearing on item L1 from the City Manager Department. Subject successor agency and many mentions purchase of sale agreement for 538 Mita Street for $1. Recommendation is the city that the Oxnard Community Development Commission successor agency adopt a resolution titled A Resolution of a Governing Board of the Oxnard Community Development Commission successor agency, approving and recommending to the Ventura County Consolidated Oversight Board of one, entry by Oxnard Community Development Commission successor agency into a proposed purchase and sale agreement with many mentions, and two, a grant deed to effectuate said purchase and sale of real property. Three, remittance of the net purchases price proceeds received by the Oxnard Community Development Commission successor agency at the close of escrow to the Ventura County Auditor Controller for disposition by the taxing agencies and for related actions. That the City Council conduct a public hearing and consider the summary report prepared pursuant to California Health Code Section 33433 and adopt a resolution titled a resolution of the City Council, City of Oxnard, one, making and finding and taking action pursuant to the provision of California Health Safety Code Section 33431 and 33433. Two, approving a sale and transfer of certain real property from the Oxnard Community Development Commission successor agency to Manny Mansions. And B, entry by the Oxnard Community Development Commission successor agency and Manny Mansions into a parcel purchase and sale agreement, and C, a grant deed to effectuate said purchase and sale of real property, and three, approving related auctions. And we start off with the city clerk certification and publication in any written communications, if any. Madam Clerk.
Mayor, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on July 14th, 2022. And the city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item at the city website. And a person who did not sign up at this by now wishes to talk by following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting at the city's website, oxnard.org/city meetings. The project manager, Adam Smith, in accordance with the Measure M, posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any questions or brief clarifying questions, council members may have before we take public testimony. The council will then deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? Okay, if not, then thank you, Mr. Smith. We didn't say anything, but thank you anyway. Well, Councilmember Pearl.
Question. I see Mr. Mooney is on here. Mr. Mooney, can you play devil's advocate? Going forward, what would be the wrong side we could do? We're going to support this, but what's on the other side being devil's advocate? What do we got to be careful of?
Even doing my best devil's advocate approach here, I can't think of a downside to this. I mean, other than that the property's being sold at a discount of $1, I guess there's some potential financial loss there, but it's also enabling two housing developments to be built, which I think is outweighs that consideration.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any public speakers for this public hearing.
Okay, then if there's no public speakers, okay, let me see. You had it on, well, come up, Pat. Come up. I don't see it. Come on, give 3 minutes. That's okay. With L1, go ahead.
Okay. I've been living in the Royal Palms Mobile Home Park since the fall of 1993. And as soon as our neighborhood became an official neighborhood, I've been the person in charge. And I have been through the developments of the two apartment complexes and one condominium complex, which was the last one in my neighborhood. And those three were put up by the same nonprofit company, not at the same time, of course, each one separately. And what I would like to do, if it's at all possible, with this development. Now, I know that some of these properties have some histories behind them. Some of this property was in little bungalows during World War II for the military. And there has been a lot of chemicals that have been dumped in vacant, some of the vacant spots over the years, because back about 35, 40 years ago, apparently the city didn't have any place to dump bad chemicals. And so they just take them, and a lot of them are dumped out by the beach. And others were dumped in my neighborhood as well as others. So that needs to be inspected and of some concern, instead of getting involved in it and then finding it out too late. But I would like to help out with this development in making sure that our residents throughout the neighborhood that are already there, that they know what's happening, and trying to alleviate any complaints, any problems, anybody annoyed by the noise in the process of the development, making sure there's plenty of room for cars to be parked, because all of the streets are already full of cars every day and every night. And so there needs to be a lot of parking in this whole operation.
30
It's going to be
seconds.
complicated. It's going to be long and involved. It's going to take probably a couple of years at least to put this all together, I would guess. Just my rough guess. Maybe 3-4 years could be. But it needs to be done right the first time. And because I've got a lot of other people in, because this is almost all of it is multifamily housing. I've got a lot of people who are going to be coming to me to complain about this or
Thank you.
that. And I want to solve all the problems and make it happen.
Thank you,
good.
Pat. Thank you.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
We do not have any additional speakers. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, if not, I'm closing the public hearing. Council members need a motion to this item. Motion by
I'll move.
Councilman Turan and second by Councilman Basua. Madrigal, please vote. Go. Mhm.
Assistant City Manager, as the chair of 5 Points mentioned, if residents are interested, they can request to be put on a list of interested parties. And my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, once you put your name on that list, anything having to do with projects in a specific area, you will be notified electronically or by mail. Can we help explain that?
It's Pat.
So it's normally at the community workshop, it's for that specific project, not for the entire neighborhood. So it's project specific, not geographic specific.
So they should, if people want to be kept informed, they need to get their name and contact to you on
Right.
that specific project.
Exactly.
That's
Correct.
correct? Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
for
Pat.
asking that, Pat.
Okay, please vote.
So again, to clarify, this is the council motion, correct?
Yes. And okay,
Motion passes 7-0.
now we need one for the successor. Okay, so the motion for the
You need a new motion by the successor agency.
So it'll be the same. Councilman
So moved.
Turan, second by Councilman Madrigal. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, so we're good. So when we can then, Mr. Andrade, thank you.
Is there some other need to get it?
We're okay. Okay, our next item then is L2. And this is a public hearing, July 28, 2022, City Council. This is the time and place. Yes, thank you. This is the time and place set for the public hearing for item L2, Community Development Department. Subject is the utility easement vacation, planning and zoning PZ permit number 22660-01-A, resolution to vacate 38 foot wide utility easement totaling approximately 33,409 square feet located at 2700 and 2750 North Ventura Road in Oxnard, California, 93033. In the recommendation of the City Council, one, conduct a public hearing. Find that the project is exempt from the environmental review pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3, and 3, adopt a resolution to vacate its right and title and interest in a 38-acre foot wide utility easement totaling approximately 3,409 square feet, or authorize the mayor to sign a quitclaim deed releasing the city authority / or rights to the excess utility easement at such time that the appeal of the four apartments project has been resolved in a manner that will allow the 4 apartment project to move forward as proposed. We start off with the city clerk certification and publication and any written communications, if any. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on July 14th, 2022, and the city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the public are invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website, and a person wishing to or did not sign up can do so by doing so now by following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and the city's website at oxnard.org/city meetings/. The planning manager, Joe Pearson, in accordance with the Measure M, posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any brief clarifying questions by council members that may have at this time before the testimony. The council may deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Pearson. I'll now open the public testimony portion. Hearing the speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any public speakers for this public hearing.
Okay, we have no speakers. I'm closing the public hearing. Council members, we need a motion.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilman Perrello. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Our next item, and this is planning hearing, July 28, 2022, City Council. This is Council L.3. This is a time and place set for the public hearing on item L3, Community Development Department. Subject is subdivision of a 1.78 acre lot into 2 lots totaling 0.79 acres and 0.99 acres located at 1600 Ives Avenue, filed by Hassan and I can't pronounce the last name, is AMIRSADEGHI, on behalf of the Filipino Center of Ventura County property owners at 1600 Ives Avenue, Oxnard, California, 93033. The recommendation of the City Council, 1, conduct a public hearing. 2, find that the project is categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to California Environmental Act Guidelines Section 15332, infill development, and through adopted resolution approving and planning and zoning permit number 21-300-4 for a tentative parcel map subject to certain findings and conditions. We start off with the city clerk's certification of publication and any written communications, if any. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on July 14th, 2022, and the city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item at the city's website, and a person that did not sign up might do so now. The instructions as per the instructions posted on this meetings in the city website at oxnard.org/city meetings/. And we have Senior Planner Jay Dombrowski in accordance with the in accordance with Measure M, was posted a video presentation regarding this item. It's available to answer any questions and any briefing, clarifying questions by council members that may have before the testimony. And the council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? Councilman Turan?
Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm.
Just as a quick point of clarification, as I understand it, there was recently a structure fire at this location, correct? Does that change any of the process we're in now, or is it affect at all? Or because I see we're looking to do subdivision of the lot, so I just wanted to ask that just for the
Okay.
record.
Jay, is Jay available?
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. So no, that wouldn't change the process before you guys today. So it would still continue forward with the redevelopment of that site.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, now open the public testimony portion of this hearing. And do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have one public speaker for this public hearing.
Okay, and who is that public speaker?
Mr. Larry Stein.
Larry Stein. Mr. Larry Stein, you got 3 minutes.
Mayor, Mr. Stein is not available at this time.
Okay. So then do we have any other public speakers?
No additional speakers. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so I'm closing the public hearing at this time. So council members, need a motion? Okay, Councilman.
Thank you. Actually, this plan development, I think it's great for the area. One, even though I'm like 2 years too old, but I know that Lemonwood School actually takes the kindergarteners on a field trip walking to the McDonald's. So, you know, actually this opens them up for 2 more field trips now, hopefully. So I know the kids look forward to it. I know McDonald's would give each one of them a Happy Meal.
Great.
So that's great.
Thank you. So we have motion. Motion by Councilman Madrigal.
Second.
Second by Councilman Perrella. Please vote. Oh, Lopez? Okay, second by Perrella. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Then our next item, we go M1. And M1, we have, let me see, do we have any speakers on this item? No. Okay, M1 is a city treasurer's report. The city treasurer's monthly investment report for the period ending June 30th, 2022. And the recommendation of the city council receive and file this report. And again, as per measure M, this was a pre-recorded item. And council members, any questions from Mr. Molina? Okay, then Councilman Perrella.
Yes, I appreciate the opportunity, and our city treasurer sends a request to the council members at least I get it on my personal email if I had any questions. And I do have a question. I'm concerned about and interested the method of communication that the city treasurer in his official capacity has with agencies, because we just had an earlier discussion tonight with respect to cyber in, messing with the locals and the federal government's going to. So I was wondering, how are we communicating the city treasurer with the agencies that he does it with? Are we doing it on official required city sites? City emails specifically? That's my question.
Mr. Molina?
The council. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can barely hear you. If you could speak up a little bit. Thank you.
Usually I'm too loud. But Mr. Mayor, members of the council, just like Councilman Perillo mentioned, he does city business on his private email, and so do at least 4 other council members who communicate with me, and I communicate with them on their private email. Furthermore, the state Supreme Court has identified that there's no obligation for government employees to do government work on a government account. The fact of the matter is that there are numerous hacks that have been made to my city account. There have been absolutely no hacking to my private accounts. So if we want to do something that is, quote, more secure, I need to use more of my private account and less of the city account. But the fact of the matter is, even if any account is hacked, the conversation that I have with the different brokers has to do with making a deal. Once we've identified whether or not I wish to purchase that instrument, then there is what they call a required verification. And so I communicate via the computer first to look at all the spreadsheets. I think I've shared some with the council members and the public. And I look to see whether Federal Home Loan Bank or Ginnie Mae or Farmer Mac or Bank of America or any other debt out there that is proper for our policy for me to invest in. And I try to take what I believe is the best for the city at that time. I forward an email to that broker, the one that's offering the best deal on that particular instrument. The broker, being concerned that he does not want to take action on a fraudulent account, will call me back. And he wants to hear my voice. I guess they're familiar with my voice now, before they will complete the transaction. And that, quite frankly, is consistent with the business. They're not stupid. They're very educated people. They do not want to take a transaction that ends up being fraudulent later. So once I verify that, yes, it's me, yes, I want to make the deal, then they submit that information to our third-party bank, which is U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank then communicates with the staff to verify that this, in fact, is a transaction that the city has, the city treasurer, the elected treasurer, has properly executed. I then print out the report. I sign the report. I send it to the staff. They will email that signed report, actually fax that signed report to U.S. Bank, telling them that, yes, this is a completed transaction. Yes, the elected treasurer has approved it. At that time, we get hold of the instrument, and U.S. Bank then transfers the cash to the broker. So there are multiple steps in the process to make sure that we don't get a fraudulent transaction. And at this time, since I've been fortunate and I haven't had to sell any of the instruments, it's not likely that someone's going to fraudulently try to spend $1 million of theirs. So I think we've got a good and safe system. I think at least 4 other council members have used their own private email accounts to do city business. So I worked through that process, and it seems to work well. Again, I have verified through the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the system that they use to verify whether or not emails have been hacked. And they keep telling me that my philip.molina@oxnard.org has been hacked numerous times, but my other private emails, which I won't mention over the phone now, have never been hacked. So just for security purposes, as the elected treasurer, I feel that we're doing the best process for the security of the system. I hope that answers your question. I did also identify, because initially Councilman Perillo wanted to know who my contacts were. And so I did provide him and some of the council members with the information that the public should also know. I deal with the following brokers: Multi-Bank Securities, Peter Yanis; Baird Investments with Kevin Webb; Stifel and Company with Bill Blackwell; Union Bank with Mark Morrissey; Wells Fargo Bank with Justin Lewis; Alamo Capital with Nader Mokri. For the moment, and for the last 3 years, I've been dealing primarily with GSE, which is government-sponsored enterprises, because they're all automatically rated A and above. So primarily dealing with Federal National Mortgage Association, Farmer Mac, which is the Agricultural Mortgage Association, Ginnie Mae, or the Government National Mortgage Association, and of course, Bank of America, U.S. Bank, Wells Fargo Bank, and other city treasurers that I communicate with, as well as the California Municipal Treasurers Association. That's not a full list, but I think that gives you a sense of my attempt to try to stay on top of the market, both with regards to the investments that are available and with regards to any issues of security that they have all experienced. If you have any other questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Well, I just a very quick answer from yourself, please, Mr. Molina, City Treasurer elected Molina. You feel totally comfortable that you're not potentially jeopardizing the security of our electronic system with your using your personal information, your personal system to interact with our city system? Are there any firewalls to protect if unfortunately you were someday to be hacked and somebody tried to backdoor us via your hack? You feel
Well-
comfortable as the elected treasurer for this city that you're protecting our resources as well as you can?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I guess I didn't make myself clear. The city's email has in fact been hacked. It has been hacked numerous times. So if I wanted to secure and be more secure, I never would use the city email because it has been hacked. I don't know how more clear to make myself. My
Do you have the
private
date of the
email is-
last time it was hacked, Mr. Molina? Because I think you're giving us old history. We currently are working with a city with a system of high integrity. And there's a concern, and we had an issue earlier in the evening about the amount 900% increase in local hacks from fraudulent cybersecurity. If you can't answer yes or no on the specifics that you feel that you're doing your best to protect the integrity and the security of the cities, I can accept that from you, but I would have hoped you could have said yes.
Well, as always, Councilman Perillo, you use the bully pulpit to talk for hours, but you don't allow the public an equal opportunity to answer your question. So, as the CIO officer mentioned, I think she said 9,000 times or 9,000% for
900%,
government-
Mr. Molina, facts matter, 900%.
Very good, thank you. 900% that government sites have been hacked. Government sites, Mr. Perillo, not private sites. But to answer your question, yes, under the circumstance, I feel that the method that I'm using does not put the city at risk at all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molina.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, and thank you for the question.
Councilman Trawan.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Molina, for the presentation. I'm looking at it now. There are 20 views, 20. 7 of them are up here. And I'd imagine you had reviewed it after it posted to make sure it was accurate. So my question is, without violating Measure M, can you please explain slide 7 for the general public?
Could you bring slide 7 up? Because I don't have slide 7 with me. Or at least identify it, and then I think I can answer the question.
Well, please don't reenact the presentation you've already done, so you don't violate Measure M, but slide 7 is the bar graph, the graphic representation of the June 2022 portfolio using the maturity dates of each instrument showing the investments. We can't show it to the public, so please describe what this is so the public can understand what we're looking at in front of us on that slide.
Well, and I apologize. Thank you very much for that question. And as you've identified, I put together the bar chart based upon the dollar value of our investments and then based upon their maturity. So, for example, we know that we have over 100. We have enough cash relatively available to us quickly. We can get it within 1 or 2 days, but we're still making at least 1.3% interest on those instruments. The next year, 2023, we have purchased $19,225,000 worth of instruments that mature in the year 2023. We've also bought $23 million that mature in the year 2024. We've bought $26,600,000 that matured on 2025. And we have a large amount of $154,485,000 that matures in 2026. Finally, now that we're getting into a new year, given that we're towards the latter half of this current year, we've purchased $37 million of instruments that will mature in 2027. I think most of them mature in January, February, and March of 2027. And I hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. I do want to really extend my appreciation to you explaining that because I think it's important information for the public to know. I wish that they were able to see it. And so your explanation of a visual chart using verbal descriptions has been helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Mensah.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question for Ms. Klima. Mr. Molina made some allegations in regards to hacking of city emails. Can you respond to that? Well, he opened the door to this. He made a comment. I think we should at least
And we-
be able to get an answer.
City Attorney.
Mayor, and council members, I'm not aware of any such hacks, and I'm also not aware of his background in IT.
Thank you. Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor. We do have one virtual caller with a hand up.
Okay.
Eduardo Huerta.
All right, guys. Hello, good afternoon. It's Eduardo Huerta again. But Perello, you have to understand that what we're going through here goes with bad city planning when it comes down to 10 years back when you were also sitting on city council board. That's why the pressure's coming on you. You did a lot of bad financing for the city, which really created a lot of mismanagement with their water rates, which caused the Brown Act with Alex Nguyen. This was what I was talking about before we gave you a raise. But the fact is that you know your responsibility here, and it has to do with personal issues that you don't want disclosed when it comes down to this bad city planning, when it comes down to the collection. That's why Ty Hartley is running for office as well. Gabe Turan, this is why Carmen Ramirez backed you up and let you run with different agendas, crediting you when that's what you have the commissioner sitting right next to you. You guys all have to understand that I know the truth about this. Okay? You guys need to get your act straight and really, really pay attention to what's going on here, because this community is a farm working community and has backed you guys up since day one. Has backed up the governor. You guys came after me for personal issues, work that I've done with the state with measures A and B. And that's what this is. You guys are really a mess. So I think you guys really need to get your acts together, because posting signs about measures where you're creating work for measures, putting taxpayers' money doesn't excuse why we were charged a lot of water rates and the realization it has a lot to do with bad city management. If we're going to raise buildings up, then this is the problem. We have to consider everything about our infrastructure, not only our streets, not only our alleys.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure how this is relevant to
No,
this
but
item.
You can.
Mr. Huerta, this is an item on the treasurer's quarterly investment report.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to know what the relevance was.
It was almost done. Is it still on?
He hung up.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers on this item?
No additional speakers. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so do we need a motion on this item? Receive and file? Okay, we don't.
Does the city manager have anything would like to weigh in on anything here?
Well, I think Mr. Molina's response with regard to cybersecurity is silly. So perhaps we can bring an item with actual cybersecurity and IT experts to the council committee in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is item M2, and we have a speaker on this item before we go into it. Ray Platel. M2.
Mr. Platel,
Can you
please
hear me?
go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mayor, council members, and the public. I believe it was stated in the briefing material that for those employees who waive the medical plan coverage, there will be a frozen amount of cash back, like $500 per month. I think this is still wrong. If you decline the coverage, fine, but why pay them to do so? the federal government doesn't do this. It just doesn't make sense. This is ridiculous. It was ridiculous 3 years ago and ridiculous now. It was also stated that the city will save money by applying any delta between the city contributions and the actual plan cost back into the plan core, which would supposedly help keep the plan premiums lower. But how is this saving money if the city is still spending the money? It will still cost the taxpayer. Sure, it may help with the plan cost, but the city is still spending the money, and the money comes from the taxpayer. Relative to slide number 12 in the pre-recorded presentation, the cost figures for all 4 bargaining units in FY 23-24 and FY 24-25 actually cost deltas from year to year. I believe they are, as this is nominally how the city presents this data. And if so, then your budget methodology calculations are incorrect. I know where you got the $29,094,012 total, but that is incorrect also. It should be $24,462,909, and this is what these new agreements are going to cost the taxpayer for these 4 bargaining units, not $12,738,520. I've gone over the CUME methodology calculations with Mr. Kevin Riper and the city manager years ago when things haven't changed. So given the actual $24,462,909 3-year cost, does that change the general fund impact? Also relative to this slide, the costs in FY 23-24 and 24-25 seem to decrease relative to the FY 22-23 and to each other. How can this be if those employees who accept the plan receive a 5% increase in monthly contributions each year? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker on M2, Matt?
We do not have any additional virtual speakers.
We don't?
No, we do
Okay.
not.
Okay, then, this is item 2, the Human Resource Department is memorandum of understanding, employee bargaining units. The recommendation is the City Council that the City of Oxnard adopt the following resolutions. 1, a resolution of City Council, City of Oxnard approving the successor memorandum of understanding between the City of Oxnard and the International Union of Operating Engineers, and authorizing the city manager or designate to take the necessary administrative actions to implement this agreement. 2, a resolution of City Council, City of Oxnard approving the successor memorandum of understanding, the City of Oxnard and the Service Employees International Union, authorizing the city manager or designate to take necessary administrative action to implement this agreement. 3, a resolution of City Council, City of Oxnard approving the successor memorandum of understanding between the City of Oxnard and Oxnard Peace Officers Association, and authorizing the city manager or designate to take necessary administrative action to implement this agreement. 4, a resolution of the City Council, City of Oxnard approving the benefits of executive and unrepresented employees and authorizing the city manager or designate to take necessary administrative action to implement the resolution. 5, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard amending the resolution 15594, authorizing and approving the classification and salary schedule pursuant to Chapter 4 of the City Personnel Rules and Regulations. 5, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard amending the resolution 15593, authorizing the full-time equivalent positions pursuant to Chapter 4 of the City Personnel Rules and Regs. And of course, this was a link that was reviewed under measure. It was a pre-recorded presentation. And we do have Steve Nabeau for any additional questions. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Moore or Mr. Naveau, can you answer or address the questions that were raised by Mr. Bartel?
So good evening, Mayor and City Council, Steve Naveau. So on the medical insurance, I'll answer that, and then I'll have Mr. Moore come up and answer questions about the fiscal impacts. On the waive, we offer a cash for employees at waive. We offer cash as an incentive for them to potentially not take the city's health plan. So if they have a spouse, partner, somebody else who they can take a health plan with, There's a bit of a contribution then that comes from the city. $500 is what this is going down to. That's in lieu of the city paying $1,700 a month for the employee to take medical.
Repeat that, 500 versus 1,700.
Yeah, so
Explain the
each
rationale
year over the term of these contracts, the city's contribution's going up, whereas the waive will eventually be at $500 come January.
Okay.
So that's where the savings over time will be over the current plan structure. So
and you feel that'll answer his question with respect to the insurance?
Yeah, that's what's happening with the waive. That's why we offer that as it's an incentive for people to potentially not take the city plan, which then is a savings.
Which then saves the city money.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
I'm sorry. There one more? Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perello, I believe the question from the caller was, where does the $29 million number come from? And that is the cumulative amount for each of those periods. Now, if you were to continue, I don't know that we have the slide up, but it would be the second to last slide of the presentation.
Future, I hope that if something like this comes up and a council member asks a question, even with Measure M, that we can show the slide because the public looks at it, the councilman looks at it, and we put the staff that's at the podium at a disadvantage to not have what they can identify.
Well, unfortunately, you have to rely on what's in the binder.
So it is page 600 of the packet for reference. But what I would say is that in the final year, the best way to illustrate this is the final year of the 3-year contract. The base for employee compensation goes up by $12,738,520, and that continues in the base budget. Assuming there are no future negotiated increases in the contract, that is the number that continues for years after that at that level. So that really the $29 million number is not as relevant because as years continue, that number grows by $12.7 million every year. So really the number to focus on is the cumulative total over that 3-year period, which is the increase in the contract of 9.26%. And the total cost of these MOUs combined is $12.7 million.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And the reason I ask these questions, staff, is because we have residents who do a lot of work and they come up and they express their views and they share their views with us. And oftentimes we don't have, in my opinion, an adequate response. And that's why I'm asking the question. That's why I appreciate you taking the time, because the resident that asked the question is not the only person watching the show. We're going to watch the rebroadcast and there will people that will have a question and wonder what the answer was. And that's why I take your time and I appreciate you and Mr. Novak kind of answering the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I personally want to thank all the bargaining units for working with staff, and coming in with a resolution. So council members, any questions? Are we in motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay, moved by Councilman Perello, second by Councilman Basua. Please vote. And again, thank you to all the bargaining units and also to HR staff.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, our next item is M3, and we have some speakers on this item. We have again Mr. Ray Patel. M3.
Mr. Patel, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Well, I apologize. I didn't have time to look at all the data for M3, but if the calculations are the same as you did for M2, you got the same mistake. And I'm certainly willing to show the city manager and Mr. Perello and anybody else how the cum total is accurately calculated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lauren Bullen. Lauren.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, I am here to address you tonight on behalf of the Board of Oxnard Bin Managers Association, which represents over 100 of the city's management staff. After several months of hard work and negotiations on behalf of the OMA, our negotiations team, and the city staff, we've come to the proposed MOU that is before you tonight. This proposed MOU was approved by a slim margin of our membership. OMA believes that the MOU does benefit the membership overall, and we acknowledge that there is more work to be done with the city to help finalize classifications and staff placement through a collaborative and transparent process. OMA is prepared to continue work with the city and help overcome any future challenges the city may face. OMA remains committed to the highest ethical standards and to provide high-quality public service to the citizens of Oxnard. We respectfully request that the council approve the MOU that is before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Lawson.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Lauren neglected to say that she has just been selected as the new vice president of the Oxnard Bin Managers Association, for which we congratulate her.
Congratulations.
2 years ago, when the pandemic hit the city, and OMA immediately agreed to the city manager's request to renegotiate our MOU in order to help the city weather the financial storm that was hitting the whole nation. We were the first employee association to come to an agreement on those concessions with the city. And we were the one that offered a degree of concessions that was among the highest. OMA members also worked tirelessly on the Yes on Measure E campaign that fall. We contributed shoe leather time outside of work hours and also financially to ensure the passage of that much needed ballot measure. We are dedicated city employees. That's who we are. We look out for our members and we look out for the long-term interests of the city. So I would like to reiterate what Ms. Bueling said. We're here tonight to ask you to approve the proposed MOU. As she indicated, it was ratified after much discussion by a very narrow margin of our members. We're pleased to report that more mid-managers voted in that ratification vote than any other ratification vote in our history. But the fact that it was narrowly approved is significant. Our previous ratifications earned 88 to 95% yes votes. This one was just slightly more than half. Under a democratic association such as ours, that is sufficient for approval, but it is significant. So as any thoughtful leaders and analysts do, we have set out to try to understand the reasons for the narrow yes vote and the reasons for the very strong opposition. And we will be getting back to council when we conclude that assessment. For right now, though, we stand here tonight urging you to approve the MOU, and we wish to thank the city's bargaining team for their dedication and hard work. We will never gloss over or play down the challenges that we face. We do have some disagreements on certain actions that were recently taken, but we urge you to take this approval vote tonight, and we thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. Okay, so this is a Human Resource Department. Subject is Memorandum of Understanding, Oxnard Mid-Managers Association. The recommendation of the City Council, the City of Oxnard,
Mr.
adopt
Mayor,
the following.
I believe there was another speaker who came up earlier, but it was for this.
We have one
item.
more speaker? Oh, I'm sorry, coming up. My apologies.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is George Van Hemert. I supervise and manage health and safety for all of the 186 employees at the Environmental Resources Division. I'm here because Human Resources did not adhere to the Class and Comp Appeals Board committee process they put in motion a year ago. Last year, I was informed in writing by HR that all decisions made by the Appeals Board committee would be binding and final. I presented my case and stated that I should be classified as an administrator supervisor, not an analyst. On August of last year, I won the appeals process and the appeals committee granted me the classification of administrator supervisor. I received a letter of confirmation from the Human Resources Director, followed by the specs in writing. However, just a few days ago, a year after I had won the appeals process, I received a surprise letter telling me that they were downgrading my classification. In other words, they knowingly violated an agreement made by the Appeals Board Committee. As a result, I worry I am being discriminated against due to my age, as this will affect my retirement. I have been devalued and have concerns over possible bias in the decision-making process. I have attempted to resolve the severe oversight with the city respectfully on various occasions, but each time the city has presented itself unwilling to reconsider. I have worked for this great city of Oxnard for the past 8 years. During that time, I have provided special training to other cities, reformed outdated safety protocols, represented the city in legal workers' comp depositions, and handled biochemical hazards such as medical radiation, which occurs about 4 or 5 times a year, and toxic chemicals spills preventing serious accidents. I want the record to reflect that no other City of Oxnard health and safety employee has dealt with these same duties under my title. Therefore, I respectfully request City Council to look into this matter and provide answers as to why the city and its Human Resources Department have knowingly violated their appeals agreement process, nullifying the powers
30
of the Appeals
seconds.
Board Committee. I also know that there's a few others that have been affected. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, George, I'm sure that HR listened to your concerns, and I'm sure that HR can meet with you or additional meetings. Thank you, George, for your testimony. Okay. Okay. Let me go ahead and read this item. It says Human Resource Department. Is memorandum of understanding between Oxnard Mid-Managed Association. The recommendation is the City Council of the City of Oxnard adopt the following resolutions. 1, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard approving the successor memorandum of understanding between the City of Oxnard and Oxnard Mid-Managed Association, and authorizing the city manager or designee to take necessary administrative action to implement this agreement. 2, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard amending resolution number 15594, authorizing and approving the classification and salary schedule pursuant to Chapter 4 of the City Personnel Rules and Regulations. And 3, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard amending resolution number 15593, authorizing full-time equivalent positions pursuant to Chapter 4 of the City Personnel Rules and Regs. Again, this was a pre-recorded presentation. And for any additional information, we do have Steve here and Mr. Moore. Any additional, Mr. Perrella, council member?
Yes, I know that council members are not supposed to get involved in human resource issues, personnel matters. But the last speaker, can someone please inform me how it works when there's an appeal hearing and there's an action? And I'm not asking about a specific case. I want to make that clear. But how does an appeals hearing come about? How do the results come about? And are they, I'm looking for the right polite word. Can they be modified after an appeals hearing? And maybe the city attorney needs to help on this answer. That's my question.
Councilman Perrello, so normally when an employee is reclassified, there is not an appeal process.
Okay.
So normally it would be, it comes to our attention that maybe something has changed in the organization and we're asked to do an analysis of that employee's job duties. So we go out, they usually write something up. We go out, we interview, we talk to people, talk to the department head, managers, whomever might know what this person does. And then we basically make a determination. And that's it. There is not normally an appeal. Through Class and Comp, this whole Class and Comp project, we established an appeal process to try to give employees some additional voice in these decisions that were being made. So that was the purpose of this appeal process, was to be able to hear if an employee thought that the initial recommendation of the study was incorrect. It gave them a venue to bring that to us, talk it through, and see if we could reach a resolution. So that's how that was very specific to just this project, and it was to give employees the opportunity to voice if they believe that something was wrong.
And this process was only put into the class and comp study.
This was just as part of the class and comp study, so we could hear from employees. Yes.
So and I'm not talking about the gentleman's case. I'm not talking about his case.
Yeah.
If a letter came to Mr. X or Miss Y saying the decision has been made, how solid is that letter?
Well, so I think you have to keep in mind in any organization, the city, there are changes that happen in the work that's being assigned to employees. There's reorganizations that happen. So there is some fluidity to that. And in this kind of a study where we're looking at 700 some odd positions, trying to get that right, there's going to be a need to make adjustments. So even though at one point a committee may have come up with one a recommendation or what they thought it should be, things do change in an organization. So until it's brought to you and it's finalized through a position control resolution, it can be fluid.
And again, I'm not dealing with that individual's thing, but I don't believe I'm voting on that individual's situation. I'm voting as collective groups for whatever the unions, whether it was 80% or 51% in approval. That's what I'm voting on, not that individual. And I'm trusting that the process, not that individual, Mr. X or Miss Y, got a fair shake.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
You agree with that, Mr. City Attorney?
I think that individual issue that was raised is for a different forum.
That's right. I was going to say, thank you. Okay, council member, in a motion of this item.
Mayor, I'll move approval.
I'm sorry, do it.
I made the motion.
I'm sorry.
I will second.
Okay, first by Councilman Lopez, second by Tron. Okay, please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
And again, I want to thank the mid managers for working with staff. Thank you so much, Carl, and also to the new chair. Thank you. Okay, our next item is item L5. And this is City Manager Department. It's a third amendment to the Creative Core Technology Corporation 9431-21 FN or ERP Project Management Services. And the recommendation of the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute a third amendment to the professional service agreement with Creative Core Technology Core 9431-21 FN in the amount of $1,700,000 for a new not to exceed contract amount of $2,600,000 to extend the term to December 31, 2023 for project management services related to enterprise resources planning, ERP implementation. And again, this was a pre-recorded item, and we do have Sherry Klima for any additional information that the staff or council members require. Council members, any questions on this item?
Mayor, we also have on the line the consultant, Andy Batniger is from Creative Core. He is our project manager on this project. And Mark Sewell is the assistant CFO, and he is leading the core financials project. They're also happy to answer questions.
Any additional information from our consultants? If council members, if none, what's the pleasure of the council? Councilman Perrella?
I have a question. I see that this was approved by Finance and Governance Committee 3-0. Can we have the chair at least explain if we can't have staff and there may be slides that the public can't see? Is there some opportunity for the staff to explain a little bit what this is without violating the Measure M?
Okay, why don't we have a Sherry, go ahead and explain to Sherry, Cleveland.
I'm going to defer this to Mr. Sewell, please.
Can you give us a brief explanation for the consultant?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and council members, and thank you, Ms. Klima. So I'm Mark Sewell, I'm Assistant Chief Financial Officer, and this contract is a project management contract with also some IT resource component to enable the city to continue to implement the very large and complex IT systems as part of the multi-year, multi-million-dollar enterprise resource planning project. And the core financial phase is the one which I'm currently leading and is due to launch in about 8 weeks' time, and will fundamentally overhaul the financial systems for the city. And then moving forward, we will be updating and upgrading our human capital management systems, which details with how we hire and train and then ultimately pay our staff. And then it follows further through to Energov, which is a community development system, and other systems which enable us to track our assets and manage our utility billing. And Creative Core have a track record of supporting municipalities to deliver those very products that we are looking to implement. They are all owned by Tyler, a large company that operates many, many hundreds of municipalities' systems. And as I say, Creative Core have demonstrated so far with our work with them over the last 10 months and the references of their existing clientele that they are very ably capable to support the city to achieve success with all of those implementations.
And also the ERP planning implementation is going to cover throughout every single department in the city. It's a major, major development for the city of Oxnard. That's going to help us everybody be in the same page, for lack of a better word.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Move the recommended action.
Okay. First by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Mayor Councilmember Morello. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is a Public Works Department. This is subject A8487 with Unlimited Engineering Contracting Incorporated for Thompson Park, Johnson Park, Sierra Linda Park Improvement Project Specification number PW 22-100. And the recommendation of the City Council to approve and authorize the following for a total of $1,021,668 in the project fund for Thompson Park, Johnson Creek Park, Sierra Park, Linda Park Improvement Project PW 22-100 and project number 215706 and 225704. And one that the mayor executed an agreement with Agreement A8487 with Unlimited Engineering Contract Incorporated in the amount of $850,890 for the project. And two, that the project contingency amount of $85,089 for the project. And three, the project allocation amount of $85,089 for engineering, inspection, survey, and project management. And again, this was a pre-recorded item. Oh, I'm sorry, it did not originate in committee. And it was a pre-recorded item. And we do have Michael Wolf for any additional information. Council members, any questions on this item? Okay, if not, we need a motion.
Mayor, I do have a question.
Question, go ahead.
Yes, if no.
Councilor Lopez, Councilman, go
It's
ahead.
on. I was just waiting for Miss Arnaud to reach the podium.
Tatiana.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So really glad to see this coming forward with the improvements to the parks. And so just wondering if with new equipment coming in, if any of this equipment might be ADA accessible, or if there's a path towards making playgrounds more accessible to all.
Yes, so Tatiana Arnaud, city engineer. There will be ADA components as part of each of these three playgrounds. They will not be what's considered all-inclusive, but they do have the ADA components. So yes, we're moving towards having more of that in our parks, and we'll have to be selective with the all-inclusive ones because of their cost. So while we're doing 3 of these with some ADA components, an all-inclusive would actually cost this much for just the one. So something to keep into consideration. So we're looking for those for more of our bigger community parks rather than the local, smaller pocket parks.
Great, thank you. That was my only question, and I think Councilmember Basua made the motion, so I will second.
Okay. First, Councilor Tehran, you want to share a couple of words?
Just a very quick thing. Thank you, Ms. Arnaud, for the information, and to the residents who live around Thompson Park, Johnson Creek Park, and Sierra Linda Park. I hope that through their neighborhood councils, let's see, Rose Park, Sierra Linda, and remind me, Johnson Creek is Bartolo? or no, not excuse me, Blackstock.
Blackstock.
Yes,
yeah.
thank you. So I'm hoping that they'll be provided outreach and additional information as time goes on with this, the work around these parks. But I know for Sierra Linda especially, they are happy to hear this and very much looking forward to it. And thank you for the pictures of the parks too, and being transparent and the challenges we are seeing at these different playgrounds. So thank you.
And this is absolutely great. This is what's really going to help the community as part of the whole renovation of the parks and good work there, Tatiana. Thank you so
It
much.
was long overdue.
Councilor Perrello?
Ms. Arnott, I appreciate your answer about the handicap to be more for regional versus the local based on expense and how far we can stretch the funds. Thank you very much for adding that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilwoman Lopez and second by Councilwoman Basua. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, and our last item is a public works item, and we do have a speaker on this item, and this is Mr. Ray Platel on M7.
Go ahead, Mr. Blatel.
Yes, that's Ray Blatel. Mayor, council members, and the public. July 2020, American Gulf Corporation supplied the city with more than $463,000 in revenue. In August of 2020, AGC supplied the city with more than $489,000 in revenue. And all of this without a cent of working capital supplied by the city. In September 2020, over $494,000 was supplied to the city, and the working capital feed of $314,000 per month started and remained for the rest of the fiscal year. One question is, if AGC is providing nearly $500,000 each month at the start of the fiscal year without any help from the city, why start supplying working capital? Why was this necessary? To my knowledge, based on responses from a PRA, AGC had not provided any report or like projections necessitating any help from the city as per the agreement with the city. In other words, AGC had to ask for help, but did not. The help appears to be just an automatic response. As a matter of fact, only 2 months of FY 2020/21 did the claim revenue fall below $400,000. In June of 2021 alone, over $600,000 of revenue was posted. If I were monitoring this agreement, I would certainly be suspicious of all this data and wonder why were we supplying working capital if the golf course is that successful. Another way to look at it, the city of Oxnard paid or covered approximately 86% of AGC's expenses via the working capital throughout fiscal year 2020-21. What business or enterprise couldn't show a profit or revenue if an external entity paid 86% of their expenses? Additionally, the city paid over $1 million of additional expenses pertaining to the golf course, which they should since it's city property. I can't help but wonder how much of this revenue is actually excess working capital being masqueraded as revenue and fed right back to the city. How much of this revenue is actually working capital? To make matters worse, AGC was being paid incentive management based on this same reported revenue. But how much of this revenue is real? If I worked for the city, I would be asking this question, wouldn't you? Yes, council members, I am one of the public who needs to know these things, and council members should also be curious. There is too much about the golf course finances that smell, and I'm determined to find the source. You can cover your noses, but I
30
won't
seconds.
until I'm satisfied. And for this, I'm not apologizing yet. I'm wrong. I will apologize, but we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more speaker, and Councilman Madam Clerk, one more speaker.
One more virtual speaker.
Mhm.
Public speaker with phone number ending in 1075. Please unmute by pressing *6. Public speaker with phone number ending in 1075. Please unmute by pressing *6.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Hello? Okay, very good.
yes,
Thank you.
we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Douglas Portello, and good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, and public. I just have a few questions on this item concerning the expenditures of $3,721,648. Is that figure exclusively the money that shows up and transactions payable as a quote working capital? So if that entire amount, which seems very similar to what I come up with the monthly donation or gift, I don't know how to call it, for that working capital each month of about $320,000 some odd dollars. So my question is this is a profitable, you're saying this is profitable, that you're on the plus side. They're actually $1.5 million net surplus, which is wonderful. But why is it still necessary to ask for an apportionment? Now, I understand that the working capital, certainly that's a budget amount. So you're saying that the total expenditures have exceeded that amount. But that working capital, as my understanding is just in need if they're falling short. And then initially, you always need some money in the cash register to start, right? So when this was started back in 2019, the city from the general fund supplied $500,000. And then since then, every month it's been $314,000. And then of late, it's been $320,000. So I understand that you need money in the cash register, right? But at this point, if it's been profitable for this long now, that you'd actually consider changing it from a general fund account to a business account, then I don't understand why it's necessary to provide these equal payments. They're all the same. They're the same dollar amount. So if the need varies, then it seems like the amount from the general fund in working capital would also vary.
40
and if the net
seconds.
profit gives a surplus, then why is there any need at all? Isn't the definition of an enterprise fund or a business fund that no money is needed from the general fund? So thank you very much for your time, and hopefully I'll get some answers to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Taran, before I read the item, you have something you want to share?
I have questions. Consider me curious. I would like to hear the responses to the two speakers. There was a number of questions raised by Mr. Blatel, and he's willing to hear those responses. And then my second question is the working capital that was referenced. Would we consider that a gift to the golf course?
Let me, Mr. Sidman, you want me to read the item first and then we can deliberate on this item?
Sure, that'd be
When
great.
I do that?
That'd be great.
Okay,
And
this
we
is
do have
okay.
responses.
This is Public Works Department and subjects additional appropriation for fiscal year 21-22 in the Golf Course Enterprise Fund. The recommendation of City Council to approve and authorize the recognition of additional golf course revenues in the amount of $1,197,450 and appropriate the amount not to exceed $778,352 for fiscal year 21-22 in the Golf Course Enterprise Fund. So now, go ahead.
I'm sorry, and I know we have council members questions to answer, but I want to just ask if, or maybe just make a few comments. The golf course belongs to the city. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
So if, as an owner of a business, would it not be my responsibility to make sure that there is working capital in order for a business to run?
Yes.
So wouldn't it be a true statement that as owners of the golf course, it is the responsibility of the city of Oxnard to make sure the money is there regardless of the revenue that comes in?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I understand what the business plan here is, because I'm hearing, working capital, but I want to make sure that anybody's listening understands that this is still a city of Oxnard property and the city of Oxnard has all the liability on it. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
And it's an enterprise fund.
correct. We already made that. Directors here, so they can all talk about the details, but I'd like to just expand a little bit on what Councilwoman Basua was, her line of questioning. I think one of the underlying reasons for this, for the frustration here is perhaps not realizing that we own the golf course. We did not sell the golf course to American Golf. We did not give them the golf course. We simply hired them to run it, right? And I've tried to explain before, we could also just run the golf course with our recreation staff, but the costs would be at least as much on the expenditure side. And I'm pretty convinced, because we don't know much about the world of golfing, running golf courses, that the revenues would not be nearly as much. But again, we own it, right? We hired them to operate it. We didn't sell them the golf course. We didn't give them the golf course. The city still owns the golf course. Thank you.
Okay,
And perhaps our CFO, Ms. George, can talk about
Go
some
ahead.
of the technical issues.
Betsy George, Chief Financial Officer. If I may, council members, and to clarify, I think might help is the mechanics of how we manage the golf course is all of the revenue is deposited into a city account alone. ACG doesn't have access to it. So all those revenue figures that were mentioned by the caller go directly into a city account. They don't access it. We provide the working capital for them into a shared account to pay the expenditures. And then we pay them a fee to operate it. But again, they don't have access to the revenues because all of those receipts are deposited directly into our account.
can I ask one quick question? We have enterprise funds, we have water, refuse, and wastewater. Our people run those enterprise funds. We're the same thing with a golf course. We just have a contractor running it for us. Same thing, right?
It's a parallel, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Councilman Tehran, you.
No, I think Councilwoman Basua's line of questioning was right on mark for that. Thank you. That was good. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilman Perello.
Ms. George, the revenues for the golf course, they're part of the items that are audited by our outside auditor.
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's right. Okay, so no additional point. We need a motion on this item.
Second.
Okay, first by Councilman Basua, second by Perello. Please vote. And I'm sure that Mayor Pro Tem's back there running back. I hear him. Councilman Perello? No? I mean, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem. He's coming. 1 second. You're buying coffee for everybody. I'm just. We're voting on this item. Item 7. On the golf. Okay. So you voted? Good. Okay.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay, and that is our last item, and we won't be back until September the 6th, Mr. City Manager. So this is our last item. So we are going,
Yes.
we're going to adjourn, and happy summer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.